What's up, y'all? Welcome to the live dialing sellers on my birthday. Just finishing up a IG post real quick here. You guys are just jumping on, then welcome. About to start making some dials. All right, let's give this guy a call.
Hello?
Hey, Scott, this is Chris. How are you?
Hello?
Hello, Scott. This is Chris. How are you?
I'm good.
Good, good. Yeah, I was reaching out to you about your property on Walnut Ave. It looks like you had filled out a web form and spoken to one of my colleagues briefly just about possibly selling that property. Did I catch you at a bad time?
Yes, sir. No, I'm actually sitting here waiting on my daughter to come out of school.
Oh, okay, perfect, perfect. Well, glad I was able to connect with you. Um, yeah, it looks like you had put in the notes that you're just looking for a quick sale. What's going on?
I'm ready to retire from rental property. I'm
Oh, it's a
I'm
rental.
58 years old and it's time to. Yeah, it's a property I've had for a rental, and I bought it 10, 12 years ago, 15 years ago maybe, and it needs a little work, and I really don't want to put the time and effort into it.
Got it. Okay. Understandable. All right. Well, and by the way, I do have to let you know that all calls are monitored and recorded for quality and training purposes. The point of this call really is just to see if the property even qualifies for getting an offer as is. Companies generally looking for properties for one of two reasons. Either they're going to fix and flip a property or they're going to buy it and hold it as a rental, like yourself. So by the end of this call, I'll either be able to get you an approval from the underwriters with an offer or they're going to deny us with a reason why. Okay.
Okay.
Um, so just a couple benefits of working with us is we do buy the home as is. We'll cover all the closing costs. There's no realtor commissions or anything like that. So it's pretty straightforward and easy. Do you have a pen and a piece of paper you have handy? I can just want to give you a few pieces
No,
of information.
I'm in the truck right now.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
I don't have anything with me. I'm sitting here in the pickup.
Oh, okay, got it. No worries, no worries. Okay. Well, yeah, and I can send you a text with contact info and everything. But again, my name's Chris Deal. Our company is Lazarus Property Group, like Lazarus from the Bible. And I can shoot you a text with our phone number here and the website, once we get off here. Um, but I guess how long have you been thinking about selling this property?
Oh, for a couple months.
Couple
We've
months.
had some people move out and was going to do some work on it, and I thought, nah, not even really interested in doing that anymore.
Got it. Okay. All right. So it's vacant now.
Uh-huh.
All right. Got it. And once you sell it, I mean, what's the plan? You gonna, you're getting out of rentals in general and just reinvesting into something else, or just sitting on
No,
cash, or?
I'm getting out of the rental business. I've got an opportunity to buy some oil and gas properties that are, mailbox money type things. So
Oh,
that's more what I'm
nice.
interested in.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Something I don't have to be responsible for maintenance and such on.
Got it. Okay. So sounds like you like the passive income. It's just like the tenants, termites, and toilets you don't like dealing with.
Pretty much, yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Nice. I've heard I've talked to a few people recently talking about, some like gas property or something like that. What's the deal with that?
Well, it depends on whether you're getting into the operator side or the non-operator side.
Okay.
If you're in the operator side, then obviously you're the one doing the maintenance on the equipment and all that.
Mhm.
And I've got a friend of mine who does that. He has an operating company, and then the non-operated side is I buy into it and just start getting checked when the money starts coming in.
Got it. Okay. So just a silent partner, just kind of investing the funds into that.
Basically, just an investor type situation where I go out and I find properties and he buys them and I keep a piece of them kind of deal. Or I'll go
Nice.
find one, buy it, and then flip it to him.
Okay.
I don't want to be the one operating the equipment because
Yeah.
it's a whole different set of regulations you got to deal with.
I gotcha. Interesting. What it,
And I'm more interested in, relaxing and letting the money come in.
yeah, got it. Okay. Yeah, you've accumulated enough to the point where you're just like, all right, well, let me just let the money work for me and,
That's
sit back and
that's
collect.
kind of where I'm at because
Got it.
my whole body don't work as hard as it used to. Used to I could work 12 hours a day out in the heat and be fine. That don't happen anymore. We do that, and we also raise and show dogs. So
Oh,
uh,
nice.
I've got some big hounds that. Well, matter of fact, this weekend we're going to Texas to breed one of our dogs. So I like to mess with that.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty cool, man. I definitely understand what you mean by getting up there and body not working. I turned 42 actually today, and
Well,
it's
happy birthday.
thanks. Yeah, man, but definitely not moving the way I used to, and dozen years of jujitsu doesn't help.
Well,
So,
put another 16 years of working in in construction and remodeling business and see how you feel.
oh yeah, man, been there, done that. I don't want to swing another hammer in my life. All right, man. Well, I'm curious, like, how are you finding these properties with the gas? Not to get off track, but you got me very intrigued at this point.
I've got a system. I've, I've worked in it long enough. I kind of know what to look for, and I'm finding properties that. Well, we just bought one this week, and it's a 6-well package that the operator went under.
Mm,
It never got picked up by another operator, so we were able to pick it up relatively inexpensively, and it was producing. Each well was producing 10, 12 barrel a month when they shut it down. Well, we did some research in wells in that area. You can go in. There's a chemical treatment you can put on it that'll kind of clean the well bore up and clean up the pump and all that without having to pull everything. And it opens it back up, and it'll about 3 times your production for 5-6 years.
oh wow.
So that's what we're doing. Is we're buying these old wells and going in, treating them, cleaning them up, and getting them running to where they're producing a better volume. So if I can take, like this package producing 30, 35 barrel a month, if I can take that and do a 3 times over, I'm producing 100 barrels a month on that one little package. It costs me $150 a month for electricity, and everything else is already paid for. So, between me and the other investors, we're making, if we're selling 100 barrels a month, we're making $10,000 a month between 4 of us.
That's not a bad deal.
Mm-mm.
That actually sounds pretty exciting.
It's a good turn. It's a whole lot better than rental properties.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
And like I said, the guy who operates and actually does the work on the keeping them running and stuff, he's a little bit younger than us, and he gets a little higher percentage of the cut, but he's got to make sure they're running, or he don't make no money either.
Yeah, totally. Interesting. So it's not necessarily, and maybe it could be, I'm sure you'll correct me, but so you're more so looking at property where they were already outfitted or in the process of pulling gas, and you guys are just looking for these properties that have already been set up for that, and then just bringing them back to life and improving them. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
There's right now in Oklahoma, there is 47,000 what they call orphan well sites. And these orphan well sites they're a plugging burden. The state of Oklahoma, because operators went out of business for one reason or another, and the state of Oklahoma then has to go in and pay to plug those. Well, they published this list, and you kind of work your way through the list, look at what's on there, look at what they were making, and then you go to the courthouse and do the research and see, how hard it would be to get the lease rights on it and that kind of thing, because most of them have been shut down for more than a year. If they've been shut down for more than a year, the leases have automatically released, and so then you go in, you take a new lease from the mineral owner, and go from there.
Wow. Okay. Sounds a lot like just flipping properties, like houses, but except for wells, oil wells.
It's a lot like flipping, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, that's pretty cool, man. Well, hopefully that works out. Have you guys already purchased a few properties so far?
We have 31 wells under production right now.
Oh, nice. What's like a typical production for like, excuse me, because I'm just like, this is like Chinese to me, so I'm like very intrigued at this point. What's like an average well typically produce? Is there an average, or is it just all depends on where it is?
No, there's not an average, and what you have to do is you have to set some economic feasibility standards. At what point does it make more than it costs?
Got it.
These wells that we just picked up, they're 500 to 800 foot wells, so they're really shallow. Equipment on them is very inexpensive. Having them treated will cost us less than $2,000 a well. So, we'll be back in production $6,000. First time we haul a load of oil out of there, we paid for our expenses.
Wow.
So, we're paying our expenses in 30 to 60 days, and then we're sitting back with, profit, just mailbox money.
Interesting.
Now, we've had some that it's taken, 7-8 months to become profitable.
Yeah.
Because they were either deeper, or we had to do a lot more to them, things like that.
Wow. Okay.
So, sometimes you get lucky and you get these little shallow wells that actually have some life left in them, and sometimes you get deep wells that you end up spending $10,000-$15,000 on, and you still can't get them to come back. There's a risk there, of course.
Got it. Yeah. No, understandable. And I'm sure there's, it's not something like, I feel like flipping houses, somebody with a reasonable understanding, could get into without a whole lot of, previous education on, but it sounds like this, you might need a bit more of a background or, some level of experience to kind of get in, or at least have like a partner kind of like you do that's going to do the you know, the
Well, and that's
manual.
it. We've got, our partners are. I do all the background work and the title work on them, so I know
Mm,
whether we can get the leases or not. Because some places you just can't get a lease because somebody's died and they have no heirs, or
mm,
15 other different reasons it could be.
yeah.
So I do all the title work and find out whether we can even get it before we even make an approach to a landowner or the mineral owner. Then I make the approach and make the pitch much like you do to see if we can even get it. Once we get it, then our other guy comes in and he does the work to get them up and moving again.
Huh.
And
Okay.
while I'm doing the background work, he goes out, looks at the location, and makes sure that the equipment's in place. There's not damage to no damage to the wellhead, that kind of thing. So
Mm,
there's some due diligence you have to do.
yeah. Got it. Okay. And are you guys it sounds like you guys are not taking ownership of the property. You're just paying the owners of the property for the ability to pump.
Yeah, we're taking ownership of the lease is all we're doing. We're leasing the minerals,
Got
and
it.
then we're taking ownership of the wellbore equipment.
Mm,
We're not taking no, we don't take ownership of the surface.
got it.
We
Okay.
we don't we don't want we don't want that. We've got a place to run our own cows somewhere else. Uh,
Yeah.
Most of these places have a farmer owns them. He's running, cows or horses on it, and that's fine. We stay out of his way. We pay him a little bit for the fact that we're coming on and using. When we settle down to production level, we're only using less than a half acre.
Mm, okay.
So I mean, it's
Interesting.
not like it's a big inconvenience to him. And a lot of times, we'll bring our surface owners on as what they call the pumper, who's the guy who watches the well
Yeah.
to know when you need to send a truck out to haul off a load and that kind of stuff, and make sure electricity stays on. We don't have a motor go out, anything like that. So we
Hmm.
pay him, since he's going to be out there checking these cows anyway. We
Yeah.
pay him to check the well on a daily for us.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Man, I'm already thinking a lot of different questions, but I don't want to get distracted on the wrong path. Is there somewhere that I could get more information on this? Because I'm like very intrigued by this.
Well, if you're interested, I mean, we're always looking for people who are interested to get in the business with us.
Mhm.
We can talk sometime about it if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be very interested in learning more. And I mean, like we're really good at finding. I mean, it's a different method of finding properties, but I mean, it's basically the same thing. You're having conversations with sellers, and I mean, it sounds like we have experience structuring like seller finance agreements and lease option agreements. So I'm sure, other than just terminology and the nuts and bolts of it, I mean, it sounds like it would basically be almost identical conversations that we're already having. So
Probably so. You've got to know how to talk to these owners, because most of the people in Oklahoma that own minerals
mhm,
have owned them. Their families owned them for years, so they know how to talk to business. And if you don't know what they're saying when they say they want a pew clause, they're going to shut you off real quick.
mm, got it.
There's certain clauses that they want in leases that have specific terminology, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
And if you don't know that part of it, they're going to go, "Oh, you're just a salesman. You're not a true oil man," and they're going to shut you off,
Mm,
and they won't talk to you. So, I've got 25 years of doing this business to learn how to talk to people before I get to the point I'm at today.
yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna put your number to the side here because it's certainly something I'm very intrigued about and would love to chat more about it and pick your
Sure.
brain on it and see if that's something that would make sense for myself or anybody else here to possibly get involved in, and maybe we can work something out. So
Yep.
um
It's always a possibility. I'm always looking for good folks.
okay, perfect. Well, I guess yeah, let's talk about this property. It's the one on Walnut Ave, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is that the only rental that you own that you're selling?
It's the only one I'm selling, yes.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I've got another one. I've had a renter in it for about 5 years, and she's the best renter I've ever had. And I'm not going to sell it because she takes care of the property, and I don't have to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that sounds like a, good deal there. You don't have to worry about anything. Just keep it moving. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So, and then when you sell this one, I take it you're just going to take the funds from this and then roll it into, trying to pick up more property, get more leases.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
That's
Okay.
my plan.
Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. Is it just yourself that owns the property, or is there anybody else on title that would need to be involved?
No, it's owned as an LLC, but it's mine.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. What's the name of the LLC?
It's Jabez, Jabez, Property Management,
Property
LLC.
Management. Okay.
You go ahead,
All right.
baby.
And all right. Well, in a perfect world, what were you hoping to walk away with on this particular property?
I'm asking 25.
25,000. Okay. Got it. All right.
I'll be in just a minute, baby.
See here. So, all right. Well, I guess I've got some questions mainly about the outside of the property to start with, and then we can dive on the inside. As far as the outside, other than like electrical lines that are running directly to the house, are there any other like power lines or anything like that run like alongside or out back of the house or anything?
I've never had anybody ask me that. I've got to think about it. I believe there's power lines along the front side.
Okay.
Now I can't say that 100% because nobody's ever asked me that. I just
out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, we always ask that.
Well, haven't looked up.
Yeah,
It's one of those deals. I'll look up when I'm doing a right of way for somebody, but I don't look up when I'm messing with my rent house.
I gotcha. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, and I can check on the street view. Actually, yeah, I'm looking at street view now. It looks like, it's on the corner.
Yeah, it's right on the corner,
right across from Duncan Rescue Mission. Yeah, so it looks like
that rescue mission's been closed for years.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's not. It says Duncan Rescue Mission, but it hadn't been open. The guy who owned it passed away about 5-6 years ago, and they just never have opened it since.
Oh, got it. Okay, so it's just abandoned property, basically.
Well, they keep it up, but
okay.
it's just not. It's not open for business.
Got it. Okay. Okay. All right. Is the neighborhood, is it primarily renters or is it mostly owner occupants?
I'd say it's about 50-50.
50-50. Okay.
Yeah, it's an older neighborhood, so you've got several houses in there that people own. The one right behind it it was bought not too long ago by some people. Across the road, straight across the road, is a owned home. Caddy corner to the southwest is a rental.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
And then the house behind it is an owned home. They just went in and put up a whole new fence and everything back there.
Nice. Okay. Perfect. All right. It's a residential neighborhood, right? So it was the speed limit like 20, 25?
I believe it's 25 right through there I know it's 25 on the south side, and I believe it's either 25 or 30 on the east side.
Okay. All right. Got it. Anything structurally wrong with the property?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Okay. No structural issues. What about the siding? Is there any siding missing or gutters missing or anything?
It does not have gutters. The siding is in pretty good shape. It needs to be painted.
Okay. So it's wood siding?
Yes, sir. Yeah, wood side.
Okay, got it. Any other structures in the back of the house or anything that we can't see?
There's probably a 10 by 12 storage building in the back.
Okay. Is that metal or wood?
It's wood.
Wood. Okay.
and then there's probably a 12 by 12 storm cellar, concrete.
12 by 12 storm cellar. Okay.
Which in Oklahoma, that's a big thing.
Yeah, yeah. You guys get a bunch of tornadoes out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm from Philly. I've lived on both coasts, so Philadelphia, all up and down the East Coast, and then moved out to California like 13, 14 years ago. I drove through Oklahoma when I moved out here, but never really stayed anywhere in the West or Midwest, really. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I can imagine that would be a big deal.
Yeah, storm cellar is a selling point for any house here.
Yeah, got it. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I guess take me into the inside. Like you walk into the house, the inside, let's see, it was built in
You walk in the front door there's a front door there on the east side. You walk in there, you walk into a living room area. It's probably a 12 by 20 living room, nice big living room. Turn to the left, there's probably a 10 by 12 dining room. Then to the left down the hall is the two bedrooms and a bathroom. The kitchen is directly to the west of the dining room, and then off to the and the bedrooms are big in this house. They're really big, probably 12 or 14 square. So they're pretty good sized rooms. You go to the left out of the dining room. You go into the utility room, and then there's a little office. I call it an office. It could be an office, or it's really too small to be a second bedroom. So it could be like a craft room or something, or an office. It's got a built-in desk in there.
Got it. Okay. All right. So, and let me see, it's a 2-bedroom. So is it a 2-bedroom plus the office?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Got it. Is there a closet in that office?
No.
No. Okay.
No. Another reason I don't call it a bedroom. If I had a closet, I'd call it a bedroom, even if it was little.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, when we walk into the house, I mean, does it still, I know it was built in 1940. Does it look like 1940 when you walk in the door, or?
When we went through and did a remodel on that here a while back, and we updated all the colors and the baseboards and stuff. The trim is 1 by square trim, so it's not like the old what they call sanitary base. It's not that. It's the more modern looking square trim. It's done in a beige with white trim. Wood floor in the living room, and then laminate floor in the dining room. And then the bedrooms have a wood floor, but they had carpet in them. So the wood floor would either need to be redone in the bedrooms, or you'd need to stick carpet back down.
Okay. Just refinishing on the wood floors in the bedroom, or
yeah, there's a few nail holes and stuff to be filled, but that's part of refinishing, I think.
Got it. Okay. All right. But it doesn't need to be like torn out and completely replaced.
No. It's ready for whatever you wanted to do to it. We tore out all the carpet when we bought the place because it was pretty rough.
Okay. All right. Got it.
The last tenants we've had in there, they just lived with it the way it was, put down an area rug and went on. But if I was going to do it for serious and for real, to rent it again, I'd probably go in there and refinish those floors to make them look a little prettier.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. What about the kitchen? Is the kitchen original to the build, or?
No, that's one of the issues. Is the guy started replacing cabinets, and so it would need new cabinet faces. It doesn't have faces on the cabinets.
You're saying that the tenant did that?
Yeah, it was a rent. We had done a rent to own, and he wanted to replace the cabinets, and got about halfway through and didn't finish.
Okay.
So my thought was go in there and put, those ready to assemble like Home Depot or Lowe's type cabinets in there. I priced it out as about 2,500 for cabinets, and then the labor to install it.
Got it. Okay. All right. So what happened with the rent to own situation? He just changed his mind or wasn't able to make the
He got
payments or?
transferred. He got transferred
Oh,
out.
got it. Got it.
He was working for a oil field servicing company, and he got transferred to Midland, Texas, and he didn't want to mess with trying to get it finished to sell it. They offered him a good job, so he up and left, and which was great for me because I kept the down payment and all the payments he'd made.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this house has paid for itself 3 times over already.
Nice. That's not a bad deal.
No, not bad at all.
All right. All right. Cool. Okay, so cabinets are in, but just needs some faces. Um, what about
The cabinets are framed. It needs faces.
okay, got it.
Just to be totally honest with you, I don't want you to think it's something more than it is. They're
Mhm.
framed, but they're not really in.
Okay, got it. Okay. And no are there no countertops either?
I'm trying to remember. I think he put countertops on it. It's been a couple of months since I've been in the house.
Got it. Okay. All right. Um, any idea like if there were countertops in there, what do you think they might be made of?
I think they're Formica if there's any in there.
Okay. Possible for make okay. What about appliances? Are there appliances in the kitchen?
There is an oven and a hot water heater. The stove and refrigerator are gone.
Uh, okay. Got it. What about the bathrooms or bathroom? Is that original to the build or?
No, it looks like it's been updated. They don't look like 1940s bathtub. It's not pink or anything. It's a
Okay.
white bathtub, white fixtures all the way through it.
Okay.
And now I've got solid surface laminate to lay down
Mhm.
in there. I just haven't put it down.
Got it. You're talking about for the flooring or?
For the bathroom. Yeah, the
Oh, okay.
flooring for the bathroom.
Got it. Okay.
It just I hadn't put it down. I just hadn't taken the time to go do it. I bought it and put it in there. I found a piece of linoleum that would fit it one day when because I've been remodeling my own home.
Yeah.
So it was one of those deals. I was at the store and I went, hey, that'll fit in the rent house, and I bought it and took it over there, dropped it off, and I hadn't messed with it since.
Just never got around to it. Okay. Got
Yeah,
it.
it's there.
Okay. Are there any other materials that you had purchased for, with the intent to, put in that you just haven't gotten around to?
No, I had laminate flooring that I was going to put in the bedrooms,
Uh-huh.
and somebody broke in and stole it.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
That sucks.
I had like 400 square foot of it, and they stole it.
Oh man. Would that cost you
Yeah,
like eight or $900?
yeah, I want to say it's like 295 a square.
Mm.
So whatever that figures up,
Yeah.
probably 400 square foot of it. So $1,100-$1,200.
Got it. Okay. Well, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah,
Um,
it happens.
yeah, that's the
The
problem. It's
cost of
like,
doing business.
yeah, and you've made out on this deal, so you're not in too bad a shape. I mean, I've heard some horror stories, man, and that's the problem. It's like that's the big challenge with rentals. It's like the moment it's vacant, you got to be pretty much on top of it. Otherwise, the longer it's vacant, the higher the risk of somebody coming in there and yanking stuff and stripping out copper
Yeah.
pipes. So,
Oh God. Yeah. Well, luckily it's all PVC pipes in here, so we don't have copper in it. I mean, the
oh,
only copper we've got would be the wiring.
okay,
So, and it's got fairly new wiring. The wiring has been updated.
okay.
Um,
Wiring, PVC
New wiring
pipes,
and breaker box and that kind of stuff.
breaker box. Perfect. Okay, cool. Is there,
That helps a little bit.
is this on a crawl space or is it just on a slab?
Crawl space, yeah.
Crawl space. Is there any
Stone stem
moisture
wall.
issues or anything?
No, we don't have moisture issues here really.
Got it.
We're a pretty dry climate. In springtime we get quite a bit of rain, but our soils don't hold water, so it's not usually an issue here.
Got it. Okay. All right. If you were going to keep it, and let's say you won a sweepstakes at Home Depot, and they're like, "Here's a $20,000 to $30,000 gift card. You know, but you gotta use it on this house." What would you be doing to it?
Oh, I would, I'd go in and do something with the floors in the bedrooms, but I wouldn't do anything more than what I've told you.
Yeah.
Put cabinets in the kitchen, cabinets and appliances in the kitchen, and I'd go put the flooring in the bedroom and hallway and rent the sucker.
Okay.
And paint the outside.
Got it. Paint the outside.
When I did a budget on it, I figured I could get most of it done for between 10 and 15,000.
Got it. To make it rent ready.
Yeah, make it really nice rent ready. And that would bring, rent ready, it'd bring $650 a month pretty easy because it's 2-bedroom. If it was 3-bedroom, I could get 800 easy, 8.5.
Got it. Okay. All right. Anything I haven't asked you that you'd want to know if you were buying this thing?
No, I think we've talked about. Well, there's a window broken.
Mm.
There's one window broken that's going to have to be replaced.
Okay.
But I mean that's negligible.
Yeah. Are the windows vinyl or are they wood?
There's some of both.
Okay.
They've replaced some of them, and some of them are still the old wood.
Got it. Is the one that's broken, do you know if that's wood or vinyl?
I think it's a wood window.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we just update that then. Okay, perfect. All right. Well, is there anything that you have there that you would need to get out prior to close?
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
Anything that's there is going to be left there.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, everything.
If you come to me tomorrow and said let's close, I'd be all right. Let's do it.
Nice. Okay.
I mean, all I'd have to do is give you a key.
Okay. Perfect. All right, sounds good. Well, everything that you've been giving me, I've been putting straight into our system, and that goes back to our underwriters. They're basically running a report on this. It's going to tell them really everything they need to know about the property in the area. So give me a second. I'm going to put you on a brief hold real quick. I'm going to run back, check with them, see what they've come up with, and I'll be right back here in just a moment, okay?
Okay.
All right. There's no like fancy hold music or anything like that, so you just be sitting in silence.
That's fine.
All right, be right back. All right. Christian, you here? Hmm.
the laundry. What do we have to? Actually, I just put it to put the dryer to go a little more.
Okay.
And I got it set up so we can do a remote start.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm on hold.
Oh.
No, you're fine. Somebody's asking about the house on Fifth Street. Walnut. Well, I'm not going to turn down an offer until, in case these guys back out. I've had too many back out already.
There's another guy. Remember I showed you that.
Now, you told me about it. I didn't see anything.
Guys, this is why we mute. Hey, Scott, you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Sorry, I don't actually have good news or bad news for you. They actually had a couple other questions that I just failed to get. One, do you know how old the roof is?
It's the whole thing's about 10 years old, and there was some repair done on it about 5 years old where a tree limb fell on it.
Oh, got it. Okay. So 10-year-old roof repaired 5 years ago for tree. How bad was the tree limb that fell on it? Was it a limb or the whole tree?
It was just a limb, but it
okay.
punctured all the way through.
Got it. Okay. All right. Any other damage from that we're gonna need to be prepared for?
No.
That wasn't fixed? Okay.
No, that was it.
Okay. All right. Got it. Let's see. You already told me about the panel box, and there's no liens on it, right? You own it outright?
No, it's free and clear.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, if the underwriter was come back with an offer that made sense for you, it sounds like you're ready to move on this pretty quickly. I know typically, we can usually close on just about anything within, somewhere between 30 and 60 days. Is there any reason that wouldn't work for you?
Oh, yeah. Sooner the better.
Okay. All right. Got it. Cool. So if we can get an approval for the property today, you mind if I tell you just like the steps we go through once we're going to move forward?
Look, I've closed on houses a dozen times. This is not a new process for me.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Pretty straightforward. Well, we do things a little bit different. Once we get under contract, there will be a welcome call from our transaction coordinator. She'll just kind of let you know what the next steps are. We'll send somebody out to get photos, go through title and escrow and all that, and do a couple walkthroughs, and then head to the closing table. It's really pretty straightforward. So,
okay.
The last thing they wanted to know was if we can get to a number that makes sense for both of us. Would you be ready to move forward with a purchase agreement today?
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, I'm not here to waste anybody's time.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sounds good. Give me a second. Let me run back there and check back with them, and I will be right back.
Okay. Do this.
Right.
Do this for me. Just call me back when you get something. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you soon. All right. See you. All right, guys. So if you guys are watching, so we went through the full call. That one, pretty straightforward call, 42 minutes. Now we went off track a little bit in the beginning because he was talking about buying properties for, gas wells, which is actually pretty freaking interesting. So I'll probably end up chatting with him more about that. But that's probably about, I don't know, 7 minute conversation about that. But the thing is, when we put him on mute or put ourselves on mute and he thought he was on hold, notice how when he started talking to his wife, he talked about how he's been in contract on this property and it's fallen out before, backed out, people backed out, right? So now that could be innocuous, but it could also be, most likely it's an indication of other wholesalers that are getting under contract and not able to find a buyer for it. And so they could have locked it up too high. They might just have been newer and, didn't really have a solid dispo process to identify buyers. So a whole host of reasons, but it's something we want to keep in the back of our mind. So when we're underwriting and when you guys are underwriting deals, if you are looking at a property and you're not 100% sure on your evaluation, but you hear that when you put them on hold, I would definitely be questioning the numbers that you're going to bring to them, right? Whatever you're underwriting at, I would definitely be hesitant to go on the higher end, right? You're going to want to be more conservative because if other people are already falling out, it's probably because there's not a lot of movement over there. Now, this particular property, so this is about doing dishes and making deals. Nice. Let's see. So this is looks like maybe about 45 minutes to an hour outside of OKC. Let's see, the next closest Lawton. I want to say we did a deal in Lawton. Actually looks like this is on Indian land. Not really 100% sure, but anyway, so when you're underwriting that, you hear that type of thing, you definitely want to just be more conservative with the numbers that you're running. So, I have some. Let's see, when I filter to only 2-bed, 1-bath below 1,000 square feet, and I go back in the last 6 months, and let's just sort high to low. So there's a 2-bed, 2-bath that is 1,000 square feet. Our subject property is, our subject property is 1,500 square feet. Okay, so actually, let me readjust that. Let me go 1,750 as a max. Let me back that out to 90 days again. Okay. So that certainly changes everything. Okay, so now it's a pretty large 2-bed, 1-bath, and he also mentioned that there was a like an office room, but it doesn't have a closet, so he wouldn't consider it a bedroom. Now, if there was a world where we could convert that to a bedroom, then that could certainly add value. He's only asking 25,000. Now, what I would typically do in this scenario is I'm going to filter 2-bed, 1-baths, single family homes. I want less than an acre. It's in kind of town, so it should all be on less than an acre, but I just don't want, when you're in these more rural areas, this one's actually 5,400 square feet is the lot size. So let's go under a 1/4 acre. Yeah, so I'm going to keep it to under a 1/4 acre. I mean, there's one that's over a 1/4 acre or close to a 1/4 acre. If I go 7,500 square feet, that takes one out, which is actually a higher comp. But go down to 5,000, which his is bigger than. So yeah, so we're going to keep it at 7,500 square feet for the lot size. And then I'll filter high to low. And I want to get my high watermark. So basically the filters that I have right now are 1,750 square feet max, 7,500 max lot size, 90 days, exact match for 2-bed, 1-bath, because I don't want the 3 beds coming in and affecting. And because in 90 days in this little town, I have a 10 comps. So that's enough for me to really do my due diligence. So now I've got the highest comp is a 2-bed, 2-bath, That sold for 118. The next highest sold for 91.5. That again is a 2-bed big office. Just put built-in style closets. Yeah, built-in style. Yeah, it's not a big office, Hawk. He said it was a pretty small office. So it might be hard to do that. But he did say that the other bedrooms are really big bedrooms, and that would make sense considering you've got a 10 by 12 living room, a 10 by 12 dining room, and then a kitchen, and then it's only 2 beds. So if those are big enough, you might be able to just shift the wall on one of those if one of those backs up against the office, and make one of the bedrooms a little bit smaller, make the office a little bit bigger, put in a built-in closet, something along those lines, and it might make sense. But really what I'm looking for right now, I want to get my high comp. And so the highest comps are both 2-bed, 2 baths. One of them 1,700 square feet, the other one's 1,200 square feet. The one that's 1,700 square feet is 118, and that's a brick build. And it's not really, it's got wallpaper, looks to be original cabinets, counters. Honestly, it's not really updated. So, I mean, this has room to go. There is another 2-2, it's 1,200 square feet. And this one here, let me share my screen. All right, let me know if you guys can see this here in just a second. So ours is a 2-1. So here are the comps. Again, I went 2-1, no more than 2. So I'm using exact match on the bed count. I've got only selected to houses. I've got max square footage of 1,750, max lot size 7,500, and then sold in the last 90 days. So there's some activity here, right? Before I go on, I want to double check one thing because this could change some things, right? So right now with the state of the market, I would highly encourage you guys, as you're comping, just double check what's active. Because if there's a ton active, then that's going, you want to know where they're priced at, and is that going to be a challenge for you moving yours, because there's just so many more options out there. Now, when I'm looking at actives, I want to look at, so I'll go low to high, because this one's 23, he wants 25. Is this similar? Okay, so this one and that one's under contract. Let's see how long that one has been on. Oof, 99 days. Okay, so that's not great. They started at 30. So it's taken 3 months for them to go contingent. And it's a contingent sale, so that's not great. Yeah, I haven't seen anything that I would consider ARV style. Well, this one's under 1,000 square feet. Let me do this. Let me go minimum 1,000. See how that changes things. Well, let's go high to low. Okay, so this is a 2-3, 1,646 square feet. Let's see, this has 2 bedrooms, 2 larger bedrooms. Sorry, 2 bathrooms. Ours is a 2-1. This is a 2-3, 1,646 square feet. Let's see here. but this is a nice update. It's not, I don't think it's over updated. It's clean. It's active right now. Let's see how long this one's been listed. 3 days. Okay, so this is brand new. They just listed this. Okay. 167. I'll bet this is a grandma house. How much you want to bet? Oh, 100%. As soon as you see these couches on the front, you're like, yep, that's grandma's house. And then you walk in and then boom. You got the whole shebang. Man, this is a straight kitted out grandma's house. This is exactly what I think of when I hear grandma house. Semi-updated kitchen. Probably the original cabinet frames. Newer counters, new appliances. Okay, bathrooms need to be updated. Look at that vanity for this 1700 square foot house. Man, this is grandma house to the 10th power. Whoa, hold up. Hold up. We got freaking guys, this is epic right here. She got a fireplace and she's got freaking this carpet, this cheetah carpet in the bathroom. What in the world? Oh my God. Definitely not expecting the cheetah carpet. Wow. All right, this one's got a basement. Ledbetter. I used to work with a guy, last name Ledbetter. Oh, you know what? Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. So this is a storm cellar, and the storm cellar is attached to the house, so they can walk straight into the stairwell down the house, down into the storm cellar. All right. It's got the rainbow chairs. Okay. Well, that's a fun comp. All right, but that one sold or is listed for 167, 34 days. The home on a scale of 1 to 10 is a 12. Uh, that is crazy. Please see attached the tenant's view of this real property in their own words. Okay. 34 days on market. Okay, well, that is an interesting one. Okay, so here we go. We've got 2 ones listed as high as 95. This one's got a 2-car garage. So there's not really a solid ARV comp. Nothing's like fully renovated. But these are the things, so our property is like right around here. These are the comps that we're going to be up against. Victorian, what? Yeah, it's like Victorian if you ordered Victorian on Wish. Um, So honestly, I mean, I don't necessarily think his $25,000 asking price is outside of the realm of reality. Um, let's go back to solds. And we're gonna go back to 90 days. We're gonna go price low to high. I mean, these are yeah, similar condition, 32. Let's look at this one. So this is like a clean rent ready. Yeah, see, so cabinet frames are original. Semi newer countertops. Let's look at this one. Oh wait, this one sold or foreclosed on? Confused. Oh, got foreclosed on. And the bank's listing it for sale for 73. Interesting. Toilet sprays you off. Let's look at the condition on the inside. It's got some holes in the floors. What is up with that floor? It's like somebody was, oh, what? Oh, that looks like they removed tile. So this is what the tile was glued to. This is a subfloor, concrete subfloor. Hmm. All right, let's see here. Curious what you guys think. What do you guys think for an ARV on this one? Problem is this one hasn't sold. That's a foreclosure. Let me go back out 6 months and see how many that adds. Again, 2 extra bathrooms. I can't really count that. Temu. Yeah, is Wish still a thing? I don't think it is. I think it's now just Temu and what's the other one? Sheen. I think it's called Sheen. Um, let's see here. Yeah, see, this one's not terrible. It's 2,000 square feet. Let's see, what did they have it listed for? Oops. That bank one pretty similar. Wouldn't that represent the low price? I don't do a lot of single family stuff. Yeah, I think you're right. The bank one is probably wait, which bank one are we talking about? I mean, I think
Yo,
Yo, what's up, dude?
just a thought about this particular deal.
Yeah.
Um, I'm kind of finding it difficult to see an ARV in its current state at a
Yeah.
1,500 square foot property. So here's what we need to do is you plan on looking at three twos or whatever that are within the same square footage and then just adding the bedrooms and bathrooms and accounting for that cost in the renovation. Otherwise, it's like, okay, here's $2 for your property.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, in some sense I agree. And, and others, I mean, he might be open to some sort of terms because the last tenant he was doing um, a rent to own.
Mm.
And he was saying, he's like, yeah, I think I could probably do, for 10 to $15,000, I can get this up to being a nice rent ready property and rent it for about 650 since it's a two bed. And he only wants, I mean, he wants 25. So, that would be 40 all in. So then you're looking at, I mean, it's definitely beating the 1% rule. But let me see how much is even for rent over here.
Okay, so
Oof,
my
nothing.
question would be for him, what for the seller, what I would ask is, are you planning on doing that work yourself? And if he says yes, then I would say, okay, so you're going to do that work and then you're going to keep it a 2-1.
He said if he made it a three bed, he might be able to get 850 for it.
A three bed,
So
one bath, or a 3-2?
he just said a three bed.
Okay, because if like you look at the comps in the area over the last 6 months, I was looking at a couple where like the four bedroom, three baths are the ones that sell for like 200 or 130. This is the 3-2 that sold for, it's not on my screen here, a 3-2 that sold for 135, but it's 400 something square foot smaller. This one is a 4-2, which is not going to be a comp for us, even in this fictitious scenario where we would add a bathroom and a bedroom. Neither would this be. So, yeah,
Sean said ARV is 2 bits and a sody pop to boot.
I love it. Th- it's 320 coins in the game of World of Warcraft. Might as well be. All right. 2 bits and a sody pop. uh,
That's funny. Um, yeah, this is a tough one.
well, where real estate investing made easy, so let's turn it from tough to easy.
I mean, realistically, because we're not going to do that work, and trying to find a flipper that's going to do that work to add bedrooms and add bathrooms, that's going to be, most flippers, especially right now with the status of the market, are wanting to get in and get out. They want to be in and out as quick and fast as possible. So we have to presume that it's going to stay a two bed, one bath. At best, because there's an office, if that office is attached to like close up against a wall where one of the bedrooms are, because he said the bedrooms are pretty large bedrooms, um, you might be able to shift a wall on one of those bedrooms to make the office a little bit bigger and add a closet and then make it a 3-1, right? But again, there's a lot of ifs there, and what are we going to be able to sell it for? So,
Well,
and also when I put him on hold, he's talking to his wife and was like, I forget exactly what he said, but basically said something along the lines of like, I've already had a few people back out, which to me indicates that there were probably wholesalers, most likely, that got under contract and either, it could mean nothing, could mean they were just terrible wholesalers that don't know what they're doing and couldn't, don't know how to dispo a deal. It could also mean, people have tried to dispo it and nobody wants to buy it.
Okay, well, then I think the ARV is going to be 90K. All right. And the price really is 2 bits. And if you're trying to actually do a full rehab based on the square footage at $40 a square foot, I mean, if we
I mean,
took his word,
yeah,
do you know what I'm saying? Like, just look at the number.
yeah.
$0 with a 60K, and this is just the calculation, the quick calculation of the 1,500 square feet times about $40 a square foot, right?
Yep.
Which is, you got to account for some of that. So, I mean,
I
even if
mean,
we
you could
said
probably,
35 times 1,500, right? This is 52, okay? Fine. For the standard allowance, and that doesn't include the window, but maybe you could get by doing less. That's it still at $0. And I think the ARV is probably solid at 90K if you did all those things in its current condition. That's why I was suggesting the
yeah, but I don't think,
3-2.
I don't think a buyer for that is gonna do a 50K rehab, right? I
Okay.
think a buyer for that is gonna be a buyer for a rental, for a basic rental,
20K.
simple upgrade. Yeah, 20K. So if you go 90 times 0.75 minus 20K, that's 47 before we make a dime. So if we shoot for 30 and we come in at like a $17,000 offer,
Full novation is what you're saying?
well, it's not going to qualify for financing because cabinets aren't in and stuff like that. So I mean, it's gonna,
Oh.
it's got to be a cash buyer, but a cash buyer that's going to renovate it. But I think if we were to, that's the thing. It's like the other actives right now. So if we were going to do that, let's say we got them at, even 15,000, um, plus, let's say we wanted to make 20. So that's 35 divided by 0.92. So it would need to sell for more than 38 in its current condition, 38 or more, and we would make 20. So if we go to the comps and we go price low to high, are there comps in a similar condition that justify a 38 sell price for what it is? There's a 1,400 square foot 2-1 that is livable. You really don't need to do anything to, and you could live in it. I mean, it's not great, but it's livable. There's a 2-1 that's 1,070 square feet, livable, sold for 32. There's a 2-1 on F Street, no photos, sold for 47.5. So I think the answer is no. So time of listing, blah, 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 blah. Listing realtor was the owner. Yeah, I don't know that there's a number that's going to make sense, and we're probably going to spin our wheels trying to move this deal.
Well, you could tell them that. And then, say, what I don't want to have happen is to make you an offer, because what a lot of people do is they'll try and get it locked up and then just cancel.
Look at the chat. Sean said might take a regular person to buy and come in blind, and then he put an emoji of a blind person's cane and a dog. Oh, that's great. That's not what I thought you meant when you said come in blind. You're talking legitimately blind. He's like, it's like, where's the kitchen?
I can't find the olives. Oh, there's no. Where are the cabinets? Right there, right in front of
Oh
you.
man. Yeah, I mean, I can call him back and just basically, I mean, what do you say? Like, if you were just going to take a freaking Hail Mary shot at it, what would the number be? 10K?
Yeah, it's exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Because, well, hold on. Let's just do the math. 10K. The answer this question. What will it sell for on the open market in its current condition right now? What's the buy now price?
25 to 30.
I think you're right about 30. I think it will sell for 30. $7,000 is our offer.
7,000?
7.
Got it. Okay. All right. Perfect.
Cause look at this. Perfect. I mean, even look at this.
Mm. Yeah.
And this. Oh yeah, the blank. Yeah, blank. I get the square footage is different, okay, but that's not the point. It's a 2-1. Anyway. Yeah, 7 grand.
All right. Yeah. We're gonna have to eliminate more of these rural leads. The great thing about the rural leads is I can, once I get them on the phone, I can go through the whole process very simply and rack up some talk time. But the problem is we don't stand to really make any money on these deals. So
A house that was sold for $4,000. I know people who have bought guns that cost more than that. For real.
oh man, that's funny. My first truck was $1,200. It's in
Oh
okay.
my
Sell
gosh.
it to the Twister
Dude,
filmmakers to make the
Sean
sequel
is
to that heartwarming
hilarious,
movie.
bro. You're
Dude,
dude,
you're on a
freaking
freaking roll, bro.
That's right. Sell it to the Twister filmmakers and make a sequel. It's just a prop.
Uh, oh yeah.
Man, that's so good.
Well, I think I go in, because I definitely want to pick this guy's brain about the gas. I don't know if you heard any of the call, but basically he's wanting to get out of rentals so he can get into gas properties. He's talking about in Oklahoma where they have, I don't know if you read any of the notes on it, but basically, let me see, what was he saying? He was saying that so there's 47,000 orphan well sites in Oklahoma. The state has to pay to plug them all. So they publish this list. You can see what they were making, and then and then how hard it is to get the lease rights. If it's been over a year since they've been shut down, the lease automatically terminates, right? So you go in, you get a lease, you figure out how much it's going to take to get it back up and running. He's got 31 wells. They're all about 500 to 800 feet, which is pretty shallow. He's saying it costs him on average about 2K to get them each back up and running. And then, sorry. And then, yeah, so about 2K to get them each up and running. And then he's probably, I don't know, I think it's like $1,000 or like $10,000 per property. Like the one property you mentioned has like three active wells on it, so he'd be able to bring in like 10 grand for that one a month.
Good. So he's got no need for more than a 7K offer because he loves it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
No need. Have you ever thought about
Exactly.
giving your house away? Because your house resembles this one that sold for 4,000. It's a tax write-off, dude. It's a tax
Yeah,
write-off. Take the
exactly.
loss.
By the way, I have a few we're sitting on. If you buy from wholesalers, Texas, Maryland, South, Illinois, Chicago, burbs. Got it. Any creative deals that are going to cash flow positive? All right, I'm going to give him a call back and then let him know like, hey, we're probably not going to be your buyer. Probably be better off listing it.
We could get that listing referral for like $20.
No, actually to be fair, they'll send us either a Chick-fil-A or a Starbucks gift card.
Bro, I was thinking Big Mac. You're right on. Not that
All
I want
right,
that.
so let me give him a call now. Let's go ahead and share the audio again. And then if you want to hang out after this call, I'm gonna
I'm hanging.
go hit the head.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey Scott, it's Chris. Was just circling back with you. Got some news from the underwriters. Give me a call back when you get a chance. My telephone number is 619-525-7132. Again, 619-525-7132. Hope you're having a good one, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Okay. Christian, you there?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. We should have a discussion offline about some of the PPC leads and then come up with a specific set of criteria where, you know, if we, if Erica talks to them, filters through them and figures out, okay, they're interested, but if the ARV is going to be like less than like $70,000 and there's just no sense in even bothering with those.
I agree.
Because unless they're going to give us the keys and the title, there's no world where we're going to make any money on it that actually makes sense.
Right.
So,
Yep. Our offer price is para gratis.
our offer
What?
price is $3,287 in the negative. Like, what do you mean? Well, you're going to give us the title and deed and the keys, and you're going to write a check to us for $3,287.
You must pay us.
And we're going to begrudgingly do that.
But you know what I say? I say I want to treat every seller like I would my own mother, And I would definitely
Exactly.
help my mom out in this scenario, and I'll help you.
Exactly. All right, I'll be right back.
Got it. There's a large rental complex we have in Alabama. Owner seller creative. Nice, man. Are you in the multifamily space, Sean? Multifamily commercial? And by the way, just to tell you, we're not really keen on buying properties from wholesalers. A lot of what we're doing is wholesaling. However, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't want to entertain those as potential opportunities because we've taken deals from wholesalers and helped them dispo, or we've also just pivoted to creative and novation. So there's a lot of novations. A lot of wholesaling is getting harder and harder, but the pivot is novation. So if we're analyzing it from the novation perspective, you said you had mentioned from Texas, Maryland, South Illinois, Chicago suburbs. Those could be good novation deals, right? And as Chris hinted towards, the ARV is important to note as well because we are getting a lot of rural deals, but even before that ever happened, we talked about capping the marketing for properties with ARVs that are above $100,000 and nothing less. Because if it's less than that, then there's just not a lot of stuff we can do, not a lot of room where there's going to be any money made, especially when on a novation, our goal is to make 30K on a novation. And by the way, in that situation, the the wholesalers where we'll kind of pivot, that's going to look like splitting whatever it is, right? So we could definitely do that. I'm just going back through some of these comments. I do got a call or two to make. I can make the dispo. By the way, if any of you that are watching were on when we were doing dispo calls, let me know if you liked those dispo calls or if you guys learned anything from that. Because I know we're dialing sellers live, but doing the other side of it, as you all probably have heard before, a deal doesn't sell itself. Actually, the myth there is that it sells itself if you have a good deal, but you got to actually sell it. Huntsville, Alabama. I like Huntsville. Isn't that Rocket City? Rocket City. There's like Raytheon and Northrop Grumman and those industries, those military contractor building weapons and stuff. That's a good market in general. I know it's been a good market for the past couple months, but it's picking up because more contractors and stuff are moving there. My wife works for one of those competitors, of Raytheon and all that stuff. Just so close. So close to what? Close to Huntsville? So yeah, and that is a great market actually. So we're trying to pick up we were marketing to Huntsville and Birmingham and to a couple other places. We have a deal in Alabama and have had a couple, but we're not actively marketing there anymore. But if you have some, we'll definitely get on the phone or we'll talk to them first, your wholesale opportunities, your other buyers, stuff like that. So we'll make it happen. All right. Wait, maybe you answered my question. Just so close. Okay. Well, I want to get on the phone with a dispo situation because we do have a deal that we're trying to sell. So hopefully you guys got value out of the last time we were doing dispo calls too, but we'll go back to seller calls as soon as um, my friend Chris is back. This one is for Lion Ave in Memphis. And if any of you watching are looking to buy in Memphis, this is a great opportunity actually. The property is on Lion Ave. It is 2151 Lion Ave. And I'm saying that with a question mark. Yeah, 2151 Lion Ave. This is it. I had a conversation with a buyer, but he made an offer much lower than this. He said he's open to negotiate. So I just kind of want to do that, negotiate with him what our offer is going to be. So I'm going to give him a call right now, and I'm going to reclaim host, cancel Chris's audio, and share my own audio so you can hear the conversation. Hopefully he picks up. I did call him twice already, and he didn't respond earlier, but hopefully we get a deal locked up, sold live, under contract, assigned. That would be a good thing. I think we might have even gone live on the acquisition side of this deal too. So that's full circle. Full circle. Calling the lead, getting it under contract, and then selling it. Pretty cool case study, if that's the case. So advanced audio. You guys let me know, please, if you can hear the phone that I'm about to press, the phone here for Bria. Should hear some buttons now. Made it sound like Morse code. Can you guys hear that? Because if you can, I'll make the call. Yes. Okay. Yeah, you just send it, connect with us, solutions@lasprop.com. And that's where we'll check that out at. So I'm going to make this call now. You did say you could hear this, right, Sean? If you guys can hear the computer audio to make sure that you can hear the conversation that happens. Welcome back. I'm going to call this buyer for Lion Ave again. He made an offer. I'm going to go negotiate the offer, the price. But I didn't really get clarity, Chris. Can you hear this?
Yep.
Good. Okay, great. That means I can place a telephone call. Telephone call. I think this is it.
Nice. You're gonna dial a buyer.
I think so. I think so. Yep. It's it.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone,
Just smile and double dial. Let's do it again. Sorry, man, I can't talk. We were supposed to connect this morning, and I've been terrorizing him on the phone, hitting him up over and over again.
your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
What's up, Sean? I get it, man. It's Friday. I'm about to take the day off too and get ready for the weekend. But let's make some money, dude. 2151 Lion Ave. Give me a call back. I know we wanted to talk about the offer. My line is 619-209-3136. This is Christian. Looking forward to hearing back from you real soon, man. All right. Wish you the best. Bye. What do you do? All day. All day, what do you do? I've been trying to hit you up. Come on. Did I tell him about real estate investing made easy? He might even be watching.
Did you
right
see
now.
this email back from the agent for the Tennessee deal from an hour ago?
Highway T? Wait,
No,
no.
no. Camp Hollow.
Oh, got it. That's weird. Well, I don't know what to say. Is that the email?
Yeah, that's the only email. Yeah.
I don't understand how that's an appropriate response to my correspondence.
I don't either.
So I'm not going to give away names or anything like that, but I'll just give context, and maybe you guys can make sense of this. Hi, realtor. Thanks so much for getting back to us quickly. The seller is not interested in waiting 6 months to start the pre-marketing at 300K is not an issue. The 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. time frame is perfect, and I respect the fact that your week is packed, and in light of that, definitely appreciate you fitting this in. Whether it's Mr. Deal or myself, let's connect at your earliest convenience. I'll also confirm with the seller that tomorrow will work for him. Thank you kindly. Response? Well, I don't know what to say. Is there any mystery in my communication? Saying thank you, giving you context. I did connect with the seller though. He said that that was the time today would be the best. So weird. All right. Well, whether it's you or me first, I'm doing Dispo, and you can do live seller calls. There were a couple. I'm just babbling. I'm gonna mute myself.
What?
I started to talk to
Right.
myself as I'm typing and looking at some stuff, and then
Oh,
I realized we're live on YouTube. Shouldn't talk to myself. Bro, you should call that
hold
that
on,
dude
hold on.
back. I'll hold on to this. Just holding. By the way, if you're placing a call, we can't hear you.
No, I was listening to a voicemail.
Got it. Well, as you asked, I held on. You should call that guy back with the Ohio deal, where he had bought the neighboring, or was that a comp?
Yeah,
He
he bought the next door neighbor's house. He bought it from
called
another
him.
investor. It was a tax deed
That's right.
or tax lien. Yeah, I can see. Which property was that? That was. By the way, for Highway T, there is a potential we may end up needing to double close on that one. Because the email that I'm seeing is requesting like notarized and recorded POA. Title company. I'll keep you posted on that. And I'm working on a solution to be able to double close on that. Okay, so which property was that?
His name was Brian, right?
Yeah, was it
It was Sunnyside, 1336
Sunnyside? There
Sunnyside
it is.
Street.
Okay. All right, let me give him a
Site
call.
and sticker.
Yes.
Let's test to make sure your audio is coming through. Sticky
Oh, my
bottom.
back is killing me. Okay. Can you hear
Happy
that?
birthday. Yes, happy birthday. Get your deal sold.
Let's do it.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging.
He knows your number now.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging.
Third time's a charm.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated
not.
voice messaging system.
Ryan Seidensticker.
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Brian, this is Chris. I was circling back with you, just checking and seeing if you are still looking to buy off-market properties at deep discounts. I have a property nearby, a property that I think you purchased. Could be wrong about that, but just wanted to confirm that. So if I am wrong, just give me a call, let me know. But if I'm not, and you are looking to pick up a few more properties, would love to chat with you about this one. And we've got, at least 18 to 23 others that we have under contract currently. So would love to chat with you about those as well and see if any of those fit your buy box. So give me a shout when you get a chance. Telephone number is 619-525-7132. Again, 619-525-7132. Hope you're having a good one, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
There you go.
All right. That seller called me back.
Hello.
Hello, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Chris. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm sorry,
Good.
Mr. Cole.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. And then I missed your call. So we're even.
Okay.
Yeah, man, wanted to get back with you. Went to the underwriters, talked to them, and they looked at the deal. The good news is they'd be open to buying it. The bad news is you're just not gonna like the number. I don't know that it's worth even bringing up to you. I think you'll probably be better
I
off.
can't turn you down unless I know what it is.
That's right. They're with the market and what they'd be looking at. I mean, it would be below 10. So I didn't think it was even worth exploring.
No, I can't do that. I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have to, I can do a rent on again and I can get 10 down.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think that's probably your better shot. Or, I mean, you could probably even list it and, I mean, even in its current condition, you'd probably be able to list it and, get around what you're looking for, for it,
Okay.
But, for us, obviously they've got to have, a little bit of meat on the bone to be able to
Sure, I understand.
Make some money.
And that's just fine. My offer still stands. If you want to talk about the oil and gas stuff sometime, give me a call. When I've got some time, you've got some time, or send me a text message and let's see what our schedules look like, and we'll be glad to talk.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great, man. I would love to chat with you about that. I am curious because you are open to the idea of a rent to own on this. I mean, I don't know if it would make sense. Like normally if they do something creative like a, lease option or rent to own or seller finance or something like that, they're usually looking for stuff that's a little bit more turnkey. But I mean, is that something you might be open to doing if they, did a little bit down and then, because I know they'd be looking to pick something up, cash flow it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll look to do that. I mean, as long as it's enough downstroke to make it worth my while.
Yeah. what kind of down would you need to make it make sense? Just
Probably
considering, because like what you said, you'd probably need to put about 10 to 15K in just to get it like rent ready. So I mean,
yeah,
obviously that's what they're gonna have to do. So they'll have to take that into consideration too.
probably $5,000 down.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, no promises, but I'll talk to them and see if that's something that they would entertain. And then what kind of monthly would you be looking for?
Well, I don't know, depending on how long they'd want to amortize it out.
Okay. All right.
We just have to look. I mean, those are numbers we'd have to look at when, when we find out how long they want to run. If they want to run 1 year, 2 years, 10 years,
Yeah.
usually I go eight to 10 is about what I go.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I know generally like the simple math for them is whatever they could rent it for, they're usually going to lop about 25% off, figuring, 8 to 10% for property manager and about, 15% for vacancy maintenance and repairs along the way. So so that would put it at a net like 487. So they'd want to at least be able to cash flow a couple $100. So I know it doesn't leave a whole lot more for a monthly payment for
Well, I mean, if
you.
we did
So
something like, $5,000 down, 300 a month, I could go with that.
okay. All right.
I mean,
Let me
that's somewhere in between where you were looking at what I'm looking at.
yeah,
And then we
yeah.
just have to figure out the term based on those numbers. But yeah, I could probably do something like that.
Okay. All right. Let me run it by them and see if they feel good about that or what they're looking to
Sure.
do. And then if it makes sense, great. If not, no problem. We'll wish you the best on it. And then I'll definitely take you up on having a conversation sometime about the gas stuff because it's definitely very intriguing.
Okay. It's not a bad business.
Yeah.
So yeah, just give me a holler. Like I say, shoot me a text and make sure I'm not, tied up or elbow deep in something. And as long as I'm not, I'll be glad to visit with you about it.
Okay. Sounds good. I appreciate the time, man.
Okay, no problem. Take care.
All right. Have a good one. God bless. All right. What'd you think of that,
Interesting.
Chris?
Hey.
Christian?
Yeah, no, sometimes I confuse myself for myself as well. It's an intriguing prospect actually because I'd like to see that in the cash flow analyzer, our
Well,
rental.
yeah, easy math. If the problem is it's going to take 10 to 15K to get it up and running. So, if we just assume it's going to take 15, then now you're all in at 20. The nice thing is you wouldn't have closing costs. But I mean, at that point, I mean, really,
Hold up though. Hold up. Why don't we, if he was planning and willing to do something like that anyway, then why wouldn't we just say, all right, if you know it's going to take 15, and you are going to do it yourself, get that done, and then we'll do it. We'll do the deal.
yeah, then my argument, if I'm him, right, putting myself in his shoes, is like, well, if I'm going to do the work to do that, then I'm just going to do the rent to own anyway. I'll find somebody that's willing to give me, 5 to 10, and then I don't have to take, $200 or $300, a month. I can get, $600 or $700 a month, like if I'm doing all the work. Like the benefit for him is us taking it off his hands and doing it for him. You know what I mean?
I do.
I mean, I can present that.
Well, I wouldn't. I think it's an incomplete thought. I think that there is possibly a world where it might make sense, but I would just have to look at the numbers. So consider this, right? He said he wants 5 down, which is fine. But we would have to put 20 down or whatever. Maybe have him. I don't know. There's probably not going to be any money left in the deal if we're putting 30 down and then trying to cash flow it.
30 down.
But
where would the 30 be coming from?
Well, I was thinking if we're gonna maybe instead of a lease option, do something like a subject to,
There's no debt on it.
do something like a seller finance, and then seller finance out like maybe that's the key. Like maybe we can give him a competitive offer for his property and then have him do the repairs, and the benefit to him in the same scenario would be we actually go in at a higher price, 0% interest, right? Because if you calculate the interest like you have in the past before, you know, it's gonna, whatever that number is, will just come in at that cash number now and say it's guaranteed, but our terms are favorable to us that it cash flows. He liked the 10-year option anyway, so we could say, yeah, we'll do a 10-year, we're a 10-year balloon, 30-year amortization, unless he was talking about 10-year amortization. I'm not sure, but I heard that. So you tracking
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
a
Just
little
as
bit.
though, yeah, as though it were a lease option purchase, except not, because we want to own the property. We don't want to
Yeah.
do work to a property we don't own. So we want to actually have title. So if we say, okay, cool, well, what we can do is we can buy it on seller financing. We can give you X amount for the property if, and when you fix it up. So if you fix it at 15K, say he puts 15K into it, because the risk is on him. I think it's probably
Mhm.
going to take more than 15K. I do not
Yeah.
believe that it's going to be only 15. So when he finds out that it's going to be 20K or more, then okay, he puts 25K into it. We're not on the hook for that. And if he still wants to proceed, then we'll proceed and say, cool, we'll get you, let's just say it's worth, 80K when it's fixed up, and we can justify that to ourselves, which we might be able to. We'll just look at it and say, okay, cool. So it's worth 65K. Once you fix it up, we'll go under contract for 65K if you put that 15K or more, whatever it is, to fix it up to rent condition. And then
Mhm.
we'll sign a 30-year amortized, 10-year balloon, seller finance with him at 65K purchase, 0% interest because we're coming in and above that 65. I mean, I'm throwing out the number 65. I don't know if that's the number. All I'm doing is saying there has got to be a number. So in other words, we just give him more money for his property as though it's like a future value in the same way we would if it's a lease option.
Yeah.
So just trying to get creative here, but it's not that complicated still. It can be simple, but I want him to put the work in, especially if he's
Yeah.
convinced it takes 15K. And we could even go back to him. You could say, my underwriters are saying, you told me you could put 15K into it, but the reality is like based off of our experience, it's going to cost more like 25K. But if you're confident it can rent with only putting 15K into it, and you were willing to do that, how about if we structure it this way? We'll still give you something down. It could even be more. It could be 10, doesn't matter. Um, we won't volunteer that, but we'll say we could still give you money down like you want. And the implication is that maybe it's 5K. You put that work into it. You said it's only going to take 15K. You're in the area, you know the contractors. So you can do that. And then instead of giving you an offer of whatever the number is that he was expecting, what did he want? He wanted 47 or
25.
something? Oh, he
I
wanted
wanted 20.
25. Okay, well, there you go. There you go. He wants 25, and then we say, we will, if you sell or finance it, you can sell or finance a purchase at 60, whatever the number is. I'm still throwing it out there.
Yeah.
That's gotta motivate him. If it's something like that, almost not quite, but 3 times what he wants, as long as we can justify it with the comps. So I
Yeah.
think
I
that
mean,
might be
if his option is, if we don't buy it in its current condition and he can't sell it in its current condition, he's going to put the 15K into it, then I think that's an easier conversation to have. If he's going to go a different direction without necessarily putting that money into it, then then he's going to have to justify putting the money in. I know he's just trying to pull his equity out, but he'd be open to a rent to own scenario. So, yeah, I mean, it sounded like he was potentially intending to do the renovations himself and put the 10 to 15K into it. Um, So yeah, I mean, if he put 15K into it, he wants 25 in its current condition. So now we're at 40. You know, I probably wouldn't go 60 because that would be like 50%, 50% interest basically packed in over the course of 10 years.
Right.
So, um, you know, but maybe come up to 45, 50, you know, something along those lines,
Yeah.
especially if it's going to be 10 years.
Right. Just let me do some math.
But yeah, I don't think we necessarily get back to him today on it. I think
I
we
agree.
circle back next week. So I'm going to update the notes. Will be open to down and
Yeah, just so you know, $50,000 seller financed as amortized over 30 years. The monthly payment is $138.89.
okay.
Not that's 0% interest, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So notwithstanding the fact that we would talk about a 10-year balloon.
Mhm.
So you said the rent rates are what
He
exactly?
said the rent rates are 650, but I don't see anything for rent in that area at all.
Okay, well
At
we'll
least on
obviously do the
Zillow.
math. We'll do the math, but I mean based off of that, if it's 650, we obviously want to take 30%.
Yeah, I said 25%. But I see, okay, so here you go. Here's some stuff listed for rent. 3 days ago, 1 bed, 1 bath, 750, 3 bed, 1 bath, 855, 1 bed, 1 bath, 575, 1 bed, 1 bath, 550, 3 bed, 1 bath, 1,000, 3 bed, 1 bath, 900. Okay, I mean, I could see a 650.
Yeah, so if I did it 30%. So if you take 30% off of that 650, which is 195, and then subtract the debt, I mean you're cash flowing about $315 a month.
Yeah,
So in that regard, it could be a decent deal if he's open to it, as long as, like I said, he's going to put in the work. We'll sign the docs once he gets it in rent ready condition, notwithstanding us having an inspector go in there and check it out to make
yeah,
sure.
yeah,
So our offer and accepting title and then, letting him put the note on there is going to be totally contingent upon inspection and approval.
yeah, yeah. And then the pro move is to bring in an equity partner that's gonna, basically bring in the cash to close and just give them like whatever that is. What's 5 divided by 10%? So give them like 10 to 15% equity.
There you go.
So, okay.
So that 315 cash flow is not including a lender. I didn't include any of that stuff. Just from a debt
Yeah, yeah,
side, I know you're talking
yeah,
about
no,
equity.
yeah, no, for sure. I would rather not count it as I would rather not bring in a debt lender. I'd rather just bring in somebody that's going to be an equity partner. And then that way you give up less,
You don't want a
like
fair
sure
weather friend.
you give up the equity, but like at the end of the day, like that's not like a high appreciation market. So it's not like, you know, you're giving up a whole heck of a lot there.
Yeah, what's the zip code?
73533.
Let's see the trends. It's appreciated 6.7% over the last year.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, 2020, the median price point was about 75K, and now it's 119. I mean,
Nice.
that's not a guarantee it's going to continue, but still, like there's a world somewhere in the world of real estate investing. But yeah, we'll obviously talk about this later, but I just thought that might be a good play. I'm curious for those of you watching, like what do you think about that strategy? Do you think, well, when the balloons do, you're going to be screwed? Or do you think that, whatever your thoughts are on that, I'd love to hear it and we can address it. Do you think
At
Chris and I
what
are
number?
missing
At
something?
50,000 or what number are you thinking?
Yeah, yeah. I put 50. Is what I
Okay,
was
so
thinking.
then you would have 5K down, so you'd have 45,000 divided by 360 months will be $125 a month times, let's say you did a 10-year balloon, so then 15K would be paid down, so then you'd have a balance of, you'd have a balloon at 30, right? So even if you're overpaying for the property right now, let's say it's worth 30 times 1.03 times 1.03, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At the end of 10 years, if it only hits 3% appreciation, it would then be worth 42.
Right,
And you just sell
right,
it
right. Exactly.
or lease option it.
Which would be the good play. But at that point,
Actually, you know what? Now I think about it, the other guy left because he had a contract. He got a contract, so he was basically it's an oil area, right? So a lot of those jobs are contract jobs. So there's a high likelihood you lease option it, you get an option fee. They're there for a couple years and then they bounce because their contract moves them somewhere else. So there's a good potential that that happens again, and then all of a sudden you end up with the house back, keep the option, keep the cash flow, move on to
oh,
the
dude,
next.
okay, you know what? I don't know why that didn't occur to me. Duh, if he's game to do something like this, we we close on it with the same strategy if he's game to do that, and then instead of just renting it, we lease option it out.
Mhm.
Just like you said. So yeah, I love it. And we'll do lease options. I think didn't he mention he's doing like an 8 or 10-year lease option or something like that? But we would
I
do a
believe
shorter
so.
one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we do shorter ones.
Yeah. If he's good with like 8 to 10 years, then we do 8 years, and then we do like a 2 to 3 year lease option with a buyer, get cash up front. Heck, we could bring 5K down and then lease option it to a buyer for 10K down on a 3 year lease option, and then option it out. And if they don't exercise the option, then redo it again. And we'd have basically, we could do a three, and then a two
Yeah, we
if
do
they
have that
don't
option.
exercise the option. Yeah.
Yeah, as an option. I like that option.
Cool. Hmm. All right, let's put it on the calendar for Monday morning for us to like dig into that and then come up with a game plan to pitch him.
Word.
All right, I want to make some more dials. Okay, let's see here. Orlando, here we go. Orlando, Florida. Let's go. Let's call this guy Pablo.
Hello?
Hey, Pablo, this is Chris. How are you?
Hi, Chris from where?
Yeah, I was calling about your property on Amberley. You had spoken with my colleague Sidra. I believe you were messaging with her on either text or Facebook or something.
Yeah, no, we're already renting it. We're renting it.
You're renting it out?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. So you're not considering selling?
no, not right now.
Got it. Okay. No worries. Well,
Thank,
good luck, man. Have a good one.
thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Next one. All right, if you guys are watching, what markets are you guys doing deals in? Okay, this one. Osage Beach, Rex McKinney.
The person you're calling isn't accepting messages right now. Why don't you text them or
Because I don't want to text them. Why don't you stay out of it and mind your own business?
the person you're calling isn't accepting messages right now. Why don't you text them or try calling again later? Thank you for calling US Cellular voicemail.
US Cellular voicemail. No answer. Okay, new lead. Knoxville. Oh, it's not Knoxville, Tennessee. Knoxville, Iowa? Is there a Knoxville, Iowa? I guess that is a thing.
Apparently.
Oh, okay. All right, let's see what the deal is with this one. Terry. What's up, Terry? Back up, Terry. Needs to pay a large. What? Okay. Today I cold colors rough.
Welcome to the US Cellular voicemail.
Another one?
641
What are the odds you get another US Cellular voicemail?
792 is not available. Please leave your message after the tone.
Okay, they put in the notes here. They think a $50,000 offer would be reasonable when the Zestimate is 131. Sounds like somebody I want to get a hold of.
Welcome to the US Cellular voicemail. 64121899792 is not available. Please leave your message after the tone. After you have finished your message, just hang up. Or to hear more options, please press 1.
Hey, Terry, this is Chris. I was reaching out to you about your property on Main Street there in Knoxville. Give me a call back when you get a chance. We'd love to chat, see if we can come up with something. My number is 619-525-7132. Again, 619-525-7132. Hope you're having a good one, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Bro, we got to get some background music on the freaking YouTube live. Amboy, Illinois. Sounds like a mobile home.
You could just rap.
It's $8,500. They want $8,500 for this house. I think it's a mobile home though. Let's see. What unit? 138. Let's see. It's 137. Where the hell is Amboy? Oh, it's like an hour outside of Chicago. Oh, well, this one sold for $12,000, so it's less shocking. I'm gonna skip this one.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording.
What is up with all these non-normal voicemails? Bro, like I get so many people who their voicemails like got a Jamaican accent, Australian accent. One guy's was like a Scottish accent.
Oh, really?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Your
The
call.
person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, Susan, this is Chris. I was reaching out to you about your property on Chestnut Ridge. I wanted to see if that was something you were still considering selling. Give me a call back when you get a chance. Telephone number is 619-525-7132. Hope you're having a good one, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. I don't know if I told you this joke, but why are Australians the easiest people to sell?
I don't know, mate. Where are we the easiest to sell?
Because they can't say the word no.
No, no. We can
They say
no.
nar, nar, nar.
Anyhow. Yeah, and for all of those who watch us in Australia, because there are a fair amount of you actually. Chris loves you guys. That's why he pokes fun at everybody he loves. Don't worry about it.
Yes, exactly. Nar, that's not true. Hmm. All right, left message. Palm Bay, Florida. I've left messages for her. Good question, Sean. I might shut down the live here, in like next couple calls, and then just pick back up dialing here soon. But need a break. I've been at it for a while, so let's see.
Nar, you don't need a break. Definitely
Nar.
not.
Bradway. Okay, this could be.
Por favor, deje su mensaje para
Jeannie Lieberg.
Again. Another weird voicemail considering.
Yeah, that lady speaks English. Clearly.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, let's give her another shot.
Por favor, deje su mensaje para
Jeannie Leberg.
There's the, I'm sorry, this is, this, if anybody should have that voicemail, you would think that they would have at least some sort of an accent. Now, mind you, she's in Palm Bay, Florida, but it sounds like I'm calling somebody in Oklahoma or something. All right, let's go to the next one. Leander, Texas. Nada los comida el gato. She's not eating the cat. Cats. Sorry, I'm just looking through all these notes. Um, this guy. All right, so if I'm not on a call with a seller by 3:30.
Hi, this is David, and I'm sorry I can't take your call right now, so please leave your name and number, and I'll give you a call back shortly.
Yeah, if I don't get a seller on a call by 3:30, I'll shut down the live and take a quick little walk, get the blood flowing, and then come back and get on some more calls. So.
Hi, this is David, and I'm sorry I can't take your call right now, so please leave your name and number, and I'll give you a call back shortly.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Dave, it's Chris. I was just reaching out to you about your property over on Brave Face Street in Leander. Give me a call back when you get a chance. We're looking to pick up a few more properties in the area, so we'd love to chat with you about that. My number when you get a moment is 619-525-7132. Again, 619-525-7132. Hope you're having a good one, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Okay, let's see here. All right, see you, Sean.
Thanks for the humor.
Yes, for sure. Always. always good with the jokes. And it's karaoke time. Oh, you're doing karaoke tonight? Nice. You wouldn't happen to be Filipino, would you?
Wow. Just so you know why he's asking, my wife is Filipino.
And a bunch of my friends are Filipino. And literally, I don't know a single Filipino person that does not love karaoke.
Well, my wife is your friend, so
Yeah. And she loves karaoke.
frankly, so do I. Are you making another dial?
Yeah, I'm gonna make another dial. I'm gonna make a couple more dials until 6 minutes of more dialing. And
Okay.
so if I don't get somebody on the phone in the next 6 minutes, then I'm gonna call it and take a break.
You mean you're gonna call it and go karaoke?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask my wife if she wants to karaoke tonight.
The person you have dialed is not able to receive calls at this time.
What time
The
are
person
they?
you
He said yuck, yuck, yuck. Sean Comey said yuck, yuck, yuck. Oh, I'm like
Oh, my
Scottish.
The
Scottish.
person you have dialed is not able to receive calls at this time.
Oh, all right. That's a good one then. Yeah, from Scotland. Got it. It's a great to know.
Definitely not Irish because you spell your name Shaun.
How do you figure they'd be spelling it if he was from Ireland?
Sean.
Oh, that might be the case.
Sean is the traditional Irish spelling of Sean.
How would you know that if you're not Irish yourself? That's cultural appropriation.
I am Irish.
You're still appropriating their culture.
I'm appropriating my culture.
I thought you were appropriating Stone Cold Steve Austin.
No, that would involve 2 beer cans.
That's true.
All right, let's see here.
Please leave your message for 314. Please leave your message for 31435905009. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification, press 5.
I feel like the voicemails should be programmed to, if the voicemail is full, just start with that rather than going through the please leave the voicemail for blah, 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 blah. Sorry, we know you were preparing in your mind what you were going to say on this voicemail, but the voicemail's full.
I hate it when that happens.
All right, next one.
Hello.
Hey, Troy, this is Chris.
Chris.
Hello?
Oh,
Yeah,
Chris.
yeah, I was calling you about a property you own on Florence Avenue. Looks like it was referred to us by one of our referral companies. They may have paired your property with us because they thought we'd be a good fit. Did I catch you at a bad time?
No, it's all right.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Yeah, they mentioned here that you were considering selling that property.
Well, it would. I haven't thought much about it though.
Haven't thought much about it. Okay.
I've got it rented. It's rented to some people. You wanting for a residence?
Well, not sure, honestly. Depends on the situation. You know, we're generally looking to buy properties for one of two reasons. Either we're going to fix and flip a property or we're going to keep it and hold it as a rental. How long have the tenants been in there?
Ever since I've owned it, about 5, 6, 8 years, maybe. I don't remember how long I've had it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Got it. And it's been the same tenants the whole time?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, that sounds like a good deal. Um, okay. Well, by the way, I do have to let you know all calls are monitored and recorded for quality and training purposes. You know, the point of this call is just to see if the property qualifies for getting an offer as is. What would make you consider selling it?
I'm not going to price it on the phone.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I don't. You looking for a price?
No, I'm saying I'm just asking what's got you considering selling if you know, you've had tenants for 5 to 8 years.
You calling?
Oh, got it. So if we never called, it wouldn't even be a
And my
consideration.
age, you know, I'm getting on that in years.
Got it. Okay. Is it just like managing the property itself is just kind of getting to be a
No,
pain?
I own the property. I just, you know, can't really see after the property anymore like I used to.
Got it. Okay. Do they not take great care of it and you got to do a lot of work or?
I haven't been in the property since I bought it.
Oh, okay.
I've been in the house. I put in a central heat and air unit one time since it always lived there.
Got it. Okay. It seems like they've been pretty great tenants for you. You know, no problems, no repairs needed.
Well, they never called me with any problem.
Nice.
Or haven't yet, anyway.
Okay. How much do you rent it for?
Just $475 a month.
That explains why they're good tenants. That's sounds like a killer deal for them.
It's too cheap, but you know, I'm gonna go up on.
Yeah.
As long as I own it.
Got it. Okay. All right. What do you think the market rent rates are in that area?
I say it brings $750 or so anyway.
Okay. Got it. All right. Well, I guess I mean, in a perfect world, what would you be hoping to get for the property?
I haven't really thought about it. I don't know. How about you make me a price?
Okay. I mean,
I'll tell you what, that's too low or not. And I might just accept it. You never know.
Okay. Got it. I mean, you have a ballpark idea of what you think you might want for it?
I don't know. You know, I don't know. I just can't really say on the phone.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you're probably thinking, you know, you don't want to throw a number out too low because what if we would have offered higher?
Well, that's true. But if you offer too low, which it might be that way.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, I can tell you, I've been. What's that?
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I've been here for, you know, about 5 years, and I've never had them come back with an offer and it end up being higher than what a what a seller was expecting. So or wanting. So I doubt it'll be the first time. So but okay. Well, you know, by the end of this phone call, you know, I'll either be able to get an approval from the underwriters with an offer or a denial with a reason why. some of the benefits of working with us is that we will buy the home as is. We'll cover all the closing costs, and there's no commissions.
Where are you located?
I'm personally based in San Diego, but our company does deals all over the country.
California.
Yep, San
You're a
Diego,
long way from,
California.
You're a long way from Tennessee.
That's for sure. Yep. But we have partners on the ground out there, and we do a lot of business in Tennessee. So, do you happen to have a pen and a piece of paper on there? Have you jot down a couple pieces of information that you probably want to have handy if we can get something together?
Okay.
All right. So my name is Chris Deal. Like, let's make a deal.
CHRIS.
That's correct.
Steel.
Deal. Like, let's make a deal. Deal or no deal.
Oh, DEAL.
That's correct.
Okay.
And our company is Lazarus Property Group, like Lazarus from the Bible.
Lazarus, what was the last part of that?
Lazarus Property Group.
Okay.
And my telephone number here, the office line, is 619-525-7132.
Okay.
All right. And our website, if you ever want to check us out, is www.lazprop, LAZPROP.com.
Okay.
And yeah, I guess when you bought the home, what was it that made you want to purchase that particular home?
Really, the reason I bought it is I signed a note with a fella, and he couldn't pay or didn't pay his note, and I had to take over the property. I was going to have to make payments anyway, so I bought the property.
Okay. So you helped finance it for him, but then he couldn't pay, so you just took it.
I did it at the time, but it's since paid off.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, that sounds like it worked out well for you, especially with the renters. Have you ever occupied it, or has it always been a rental?
No, I never have occupied it.
Okay. All right.
I've only been in it about 3 or 4 times.
Okay. All right. So if you were to sell it, we came up with a number that made sense for both of us, what would the game plan be? I mean, would that money just go into a bank account? Would you go on a trip around the world? What's the goal?
I'd probably give it to my wife. She could do what she wanted to with it.
Oh, sounds like you're gonna have a house full of new shoes.
You wouldn't believe.
If she's anything like my wife, that's where the money's going. Oh man. All right. Is it just yourself that owns the property, or is there anybody else on title that would need to be involved?
No, it's just me.
Just you. Okay. Got it. And any idea whatsoever what what you might want for it?
I've got an idea, but I'm not going to say on the phone.
Okay. Where would you say?
I'll just take your offer, and if it's too low, I'll tell you.
Okay. All right. Got it. You ever seen The Price is Right?
Oh, on TV? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How about I start with $1?
Well, I think You know what the answer is. Then.
I'm just joking with you. I'm just trying to have fun. No, I get it. I understand. You don't want to give me a number up front, so that's fine. With regards to the outside of the house, are there any like structural issues or missing siding or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right, got it. What about gutters? Does it even have gutters?
You know, I can't remember if it does or doesn't. I think
Okay.
it does. Surely it does with, you know, central heating and air.
Okay.
I would think it would have, but you know, I'm not going to guarantee that.
Okay. All right.
I can go look at it for you if you need it.
Yeah, I mean, we can, cross that bridge when we get there. I mean, what are you going to be able to tell me much about the inside of the house, considering you haven't been there in, however long?
No, I really couldn't. I don't know what kind of condition it's 3 bedrooms, and I don't really know what kind of condition it would be in.
Okay, got it. When was the HVAC done?
What?
The HVAC, you said you did the HVAC at some point. When was that done?
When did I do it?
Yeah, when did you do it? Yep.
Probably 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, got it. All right. And you said it was a 3-bed, 1-bath?
That's right, yes.
Okay, got it. And does it sound right? It's sitting on just shy of an acre?
Just barely, right.
Okay.
Just a little bit less than an acre.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Do you know what kind of flooring is in the house?
Are you talking about carpet or?
Yeah, is it carpet? Is it hardwood? Is it laminate, tile?
It's a mixture of both of those. Depending on the room you're in, bedrooms are carpeted.
Okay. So carpet in the bedrooms. What's the other kind of flooring?
The kitchen's linoleum or whatever you want to call it.
Linoleum. Okay. All right. Any other kind of flooring?
No.
Okay. And has all of those different types of flooring been in there for as long as you've owned it, or has any of that been updated?
No, it's the same as it was when I bought it.
Got it. Okay. Okay. What about, I guess when you walk into the house, I know it was built in 1989. Does it look like I'm walking into 1989 when you walk in the front door?
Well, I'm sure it does. I can't. If I had a picture, I'd send it to you, but I don't.
Okay.
But I always go in the when I went in there, I'd go in the door in the end of the house off the carport. And it's got a front door too, but I never have been in it or out of it either one.
Okay. All right. Do you know when the last time the kitchen was there any updates to the kitchen at all, or is that original?
Unless the previous owner did it, I didn't do it. I haven't done anything.
Got it. Okay. And you bought it, you said about, around 8 years ago?
8, maybe 10. I'm not sure.
Maybe 10. Let me just look at. Let's see here.
My wife says 10 or 12 years, maybe a little longer.
Got it. Okay. Does July of 2007 sound about right?
I don't want to lie to you. I don't remember.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. So safe to say on the interior, everything is at least 10 years old, most likely.
I'd say so, yes.
Okay, got it. So we'll probably have to do, I'm just trying to, get that info to send over to the underwriters because again, we're looking to buy for two reasons. One of two reasons, either we're going to fix it and flip it, so we'll renovate it to 2024 standards and then put it back on the market, or we will buy it as a rental and, usually we'll, do some minor updates and then, so it's rent ready and then rent it out. So they're always going to want to know like what all stuff
Do
are
you
they
have
going to
somebody
need.
locally that does that, or somebody out of town?
Yep, yeah, somebody locally. I mean, we do a lot of business in Tennessee, so we do a lot in like uh, Memphis, Nashville. Um, we have another property in Sevierville, so we're kind of all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, Memphis is a good hour and a half, 2 hours from here, and Nashville's about 3 hours from here.
yep, yeah, yeah, but we're doing stuff all over Tennessee. So okay, so everything on the interior is going to be, probably needing to be updated.
It's stated, yes. It's
Yeah.
old.
Okay. All right. Got it. Are there any other structures on the property?
No, it's just it's got a double carport with a storage area attached to the carport.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Um, do you happen to know how old the roof is?
Seemed like I had a roof put on it, but I don't remember how old it is. I sure don't.
Okay. Got it. All right. Anything that I haven't asked you that you would want to know?
Well, you probably know as much about the house as I do.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. All right. Well, everything you've been giving me, I've been putting straight into the system. That goes back to the underwriters. They're going to be running a report to see everything that they need to know about the property. So give me a second. I'm going to put you on a brief hold. I'm going to head back there, see what they've come up with, and I will be right back.
I hesitated when you called. The renter in the house is named Chris also.
Oh, really? Oh, that's funny.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, you said the renter in the house is his name's Chris as well?
Yes, that's who I thought was calling at first.
Oh, that's funny. All right. Well, give me a second. I'm going to put you on a brief hold. I will be right back and see what they've come up with. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Be right back.
Property buyer.
All right. So this is a 3-bed, 1-bath. So let's start comping.
I bet they offer less than 100,000. I bet they offer 100 less than 100,000.
Bet they offer less than 100,000. You're probably right. Let's see here. Sold in the last 90 days. Okay. So his is a So for those of you watching, we're looking at a property in Selmer, Tennessee. It's about 2 hours from Memphis and 3 hours from Nashville. 1,268 square feet. So let's go. All right, so it looks like ARV could actually be, let's see how much land this is on. 1.1 acres, okay. Split level. Okay. This could be a good solid ARV, 2.25.
Put me on hold. What do you think I'll get for that? Give me an idea.
Oh, this one went fast, actually.
$75. I gave 70 for it. Anyway. You know it's outdated.
Full cosmetic. Clean. Minus. I think we're probably going to be right around 78 on the low end, 75 on the low end. All right, Troy, you there?
Yes.
All right, sorry about that. I actually don't have good news or bad news for you quite yet. There were a couple questions that I didn't ask, so I apologize about that. Is this one a slab or is there a basement or a crawl space? Do you know?
No, it's off the ground. It's not a slab.
Okay, got it. So it's got a crawl space. Okay. All right. And then let's see. Do you know when the electrical panel box was updated or if it was?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay. Do you know if it's on breakers?
Yes.
It is. Okay, perfect. Any liens or anything on the house?
No, and the taxes are paid.
Got it. Okay. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Is the rental with the tenants, is that month to month or are you on like a long-term lease with them?
It's month to month.
Month to month. Okay. All right. And what would you still need to figure out before you could actually sell?
Just if your offer was good enough.
Oh, okay. All right. So if the underwriter came back with an offer that made sense for you, when do you think you might be willing to close?
As soon as an attorney could do the title work for you and
Okay.
prepare the deed.
Got it. Okay. Generally, when there's tenants in place, usually what ends up happening is we end up closing around 60 days. Just that way they have, you know, if we're going to come in and renovate the property, we want to make sure they have time to, you know, find something and make the move. Would that be doable for you?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right. And if we can get you an sorry, don't know why I'm not able to speak right now. If we can get you an offer approved for the property today, do you mind if I tell you how the process works with us?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So once the home is approved by the underwriters and an offer is accepted by the seller, we sign a simple it's just a couple pages agreement. It's written in basic third grade English, not to insult anybody's intelligence, but it's super easy to understand. After that, within 48 to 72 hours, you'll get a welcome call from our transaction coordinator, and she'll line up for us to get photos of the house. The title company, they'll make sure that there's a clear title for closing. We might have to do a couple walkthroughs, get some of our contractors in just to do some, start working on quotes and bids for us, and do some inspections. And then we head to the closing table so you can get paid. It really is that simple. All right.
Okay.
The last thing that they wanted me to ask you is if we can get to a number that makes sense for both of us, would you be ready to move forward with a purchase agreement today?
No, I'd want to talk to the renter.
You'd want to
Tell
talk
him,
to your renter?
yes, give him a chance to, if your offer is just way low, he might want to buy it. I'd give him a chance,
Got it.
just to be
Okay.
honest with you.
Okay. All right. So no matter what our offer was, you'd want to talk to the tenant first and see if he's willing to pay that?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. Got it.
He must like the house. He's been there ever since I've owned it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Got it. Why haven't you offered to just sell it to him before?
I hadn't thought about selling it.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right. Well, what I'll do, I'm gonna put you on another hold. I'm gonna run back to see what they've come up with, and hopefully I'll have a good answer for you, and we can, go from there.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, they won't offer 75. For sure.
Yo.
Yep.
He thinks we're gonna offer 75,000.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's not wrong.
California. What?
You know what?
What?
Takes courthouse records.
You should say, I don't know, man. I was thinking, I was just looking at the numbers. I was just looking at the numbers. What do you think the ARV is, bro? Because I think it actually, if
2
we
and a
add
quarter.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, you tell me. What do you think?
Well, I was just looking at some of these.
I can't see anything that you're doing, so I don't know what you're referencing.
Got it. Yeah. I'm thinking it's lower than that.
Based on
comps.
Okay. Again, I can't see anything. You're not sharing your screen. All I see is your picture, so I have no idea what you're referencing.
Got it. Hold on. Based on that guy right there. All right. Just looking at a couple of these. His properties in and around this area. Looking at this one, thinking, okay, it's easy enough to add another bathroom to make it a 3-2. That's their superior square footage. So that one's 167.
When are those comps from?
That one's from April 2024. This one's from May of 2024.
Because I only have 7 results that are 3-bed, 1-baths that are under 1750 square feet in the last 90 days. And let's see. Wait, let me just double check the notes here. Yeah, it looks like it's 1 bathroom.
Yeah, I see 4.3s selling for 240, closer to that 225 number you're talking about.
There's a 3.2 that, let me see how many square feet it is. Oh, it's 2,000 square feet. What's ours? Oh, yeah. Okay, so what's the number? What are you thinking?
Well, it's 1268, so let's go back here. So I was thinking it probably actually more reasonably 160, but it's if it's still stuck in the 80s per square foot, I'm thinking at least our standard allowance is at least 30 grand, but it might be a little bit, of course, it'd be a little bit more than that for a full rehab. So that looks like maybe 50K. Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
What do you mean? We're not going to offer him 75 though.
Oh, I know.
So
He
he is
ain't
wrong.
wrong. Yeah, I guess. Ugh. Sorry, Charlie.
We'd be higher than that. You're looking at a 31% net margin.
I know I am. I was just looking at the rehab compared to the profit, money in, money out. But yeah, we could be, but
But that's San Diego. Like everywhere else, they're looking for 15 to 20% net margin.
Yep.
So
exactly, which means that if we're backing off, right? If it's a wholesale for 70K, and they are in between that, I had it at 65,000. We'd be selling it somewhere around there. So what do you try to make? You back that off, and our offer is much lower.
yeah, I mean, there's a 3.2. Square footage is this one? Doesn't even say. That's dated 1950s build, sold for 120 back in June. It's not even updated.
They're gonna 75. You should just do 70. You're thinking 76. I was wrong. I can't. You're a better man than I.
But the number's not gonna.
Nope.
I mean, we're gonna spin our wheels on it.
Yep.
Working on the price.
Good luck. I love you.
You know what the tax phrase on it is?
All right, let's give this a shot. I'm gonna start at 52. What do you think, Christian?
You might as well start at 47 if you're going to start at 52. But yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, all right. All right, Troy, you there?
Yes.
All right, I appreciate your patience, man. Well, congratulations, Troy. Your property was approved to be purchased. This is actually the first one that was not in a major city that they've approved for me all month. So let me just explain exactly what they've approved. So the offer was approved to buy the property as is. You don't even have to sweep it up. Okay. They approved the closing to be within 60 days. So that way the tenants have time to make any transition they need to make. There's no commissions that'll be taken out. All the closing costs are going to be covered by us. Okay. Now, they moved the funds into a virtual withdrawal holding account. All right. Contrary to popular belief, we don't have unlimited funds. So anytime they approve an offer, they set aside those funds so that they don't get used for any other properties. Okay. So I want you to write this number down. You have that pen handy?
Yes.
Okay. So it's VW, like Volkswagen.
Oh, VW.
Yeah, VW. Victor Bravo, or sorry, Victor Walter.
Okay.
225. Okay.
Okay.
And the approved offer for your property in its current condition is $47,823.
$47,823.
That's correct. 823.
23.
Yep.
Okay. I'll think about it.
Okay. Sounds good. When would you want to reconnect on this?
How about Tuesday or Wednesday of next week?
Tuesday or Wednesday of next week? Okay, got it. And when you're thinking about this, what are the things you're going to be considering at this point?
Well, I don't know. That's the reason I wanted to think about it, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
I gotcha. All right. Were there any questions that you had for me?
How did you know I had this house for sale? You check records here in the county, or
How did,
yes,
sorry, say that again. How did we know what?
How did you know I had a house on Florence Avenue?
Yes, so we work with a marketing company that pulls public record information on properties that fit the criteria of what we look for.
I've got another house that is for sale. I haven't listed with any realtor.
Okay.
I lived in the house for 20 years, and when I moved out, I moved into another house that I had the old house I moved out of painted, and it's about 3,400 square feet in there.
Got it. Okay, 3,400 square feet.
It's on Molly Drive.
Molly
Selma.
Drive. Okay, give me 1 second here. Do you want to share that address with me? Selmer. Okay. And that's currently on the market listed for sale? Sorry, there, can you hear me? Troy, you there?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you say that's currently listed for sale right now?
I've got it. It's empty. It's been empty now for about 2 years, and I've had it painted just recently, and there was a couple of pieces of paneling that needed to be replaced.
Okay, got it. So you've recently painted it. It's been empty for 3 years.
2 years.
2 years. Okay, got it. Okay. And You haven't listed it for sale yet at all?
No.
Okay, got it. What's been keeping you from selling it?
Well, there's still some things in it that I want to keep,
Oh, okay.
and I just haven't gotten them out yet.
Okay, got it. Do you have an idea on what you might be looking to get for that property?
325 or better.
Okay. $325 or more. Okay, got it. And second here. Okay, so 325 or better. How did you come up with that number?
It's what I was offered some time ago.
Got it. Okay. And why didn't you take that offer?
I didn't think it was enough. I thought it'd bring more.
Oh, got it. Okay. How long ago was that?
I guess a year or so.
A year ago? Okay. Okay. Got it.
It hadn't gone down any since.
Yeah. Okay. If we could come up with an offer that made sense on that one, how soon would you want to sell? I know you said you still have some things in there that you want to get out.
Yeah, I can hire somebody to move everything out next week.
Next week. Okay, so you want to move on this pretty quick. Okay.
Yes.
Is there any particular reason you hadn't just listed it with a realtor?
Well, I was in the banking business for many years, and I know a little bit about real estate, and I thought maybe I could sell it myself without paying a commission.
I gotcha. Yeah, I understand that, sometimes, paying a lot in commissions. Okay. Well, I can have them take a look at it. As far as the condition, other than, I know you said there was some panels, I think on the siding you'd mentioned that needed to be
Yes, it
fixed.
was.
Okay. What about the interior of the house?
Outside of the house, and I
Okay.
had those replaced and the entire house painted.
Okay. The whole outside of the house was painted or the inside?
Yes, the whole outside.
Okay, got it. Okay. What about the inside of the house? What does that look like?
It's good shape.
Okay. You own that
Part of the upstairs, I had one big master bedroom completely redone and repainted, and another bathroom added up there.
You added a bathroom? Got it. Okay. What about, so I know it was built in the early 80s. What about the kitchen? Is the kitchen original?
Yes.
Okay, so kitchen's original. What about the other bathrooms that you didn't add? Were those original?
Haven't done anything to them.
Okay. And then what kind of flooring is in the house?
Carpet and linoleum in the kitchen area.
Okay. So carpet throughout everywhere except for the kitchen area?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. And okay. What about, I'm guessing that's on breakers as well because it was built in the 80s. Are there any other structures on the property that we can't see from
It's got a double enclosed garage. It's not adjacent to the house. It's just 20 feet from the house.
Oh, okay,
30.
detached garage.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, perfect.
It's got a new roof now. I say new. It hadn't been all that many years since I put a new roof on it and the garage.
Oh, okay, perfect. So mostly newer roof. All right. Does that, excuse me. Whew, sorry. It's been a long day. Is there, is this on a slab or does this have a crawl space or a basement?
Crawl space.
Crawl space, okay. Any moisture issues?
Any what?
Moisture issues?
No.
Okay. Got it.
It's got a about a half basement.
Oh, a
that's
half
finished
basement?
out. Yes.
Okay. And when you say that's finished out, like, so that I have drywall and insulation and, you could.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Perfect. All right, got it. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any debt on that house or do you own it outright?
No, I don't have any debt.
No debt. Okay. Got it. So you're looking to get, around 325. So let's say we were to work something out for both of these properties, I mean, you're basically talking about, a few $100,000. What's the plan? You guys going to go buy another property? You just going to go gamble it and put it all on black in Vegas, or?
No, it won't be any change in our lifestyle. My wife's still teaching school, and I was born here, and I'll stay here till I die.
Okay. So those funds just going to end up going into a bank account then and just sitting there?
Our investment somewhere.
Okay. Nice. Any good beat on any good investments? I'm always looking for good investment advice.
Well, I've bought and sold a bunch of real estate in my life, but I'm to the age now I don't want to buy any more real estate.
Got it. Okay.
I don't know. Might put some of it in the stock market.
Might want to wait on putting it in the stock market. I mean, everything took kind of a crap the last month or so.
Yeah, that's true.
But and then depending on who gets into the White House, we'll see what happens there.
Who's everybody for in California? That's a green state, isn't it? Or a blue state, rather.
Yeah, California's pretty blue. Well, interestingly enough, California gets kind of a bad rap. Everybody thinks California is this like super, super liberal state. And I think it just gets overwhelmed because of San Francisco and LA, which are obviously very liberal cities. But the majority of California, there's a big farming community in most of California. I'm in San Diego. San Diego has a huge military population because there's a Marine base, an Army base. I mean, there's basically every type of base you could imagine here in San Diego. So there's a lot of military. So there's a lot of Republicans and conservatives. So, but the bulk of California is definitely liberal for sure.
Yes.
But it's also forcing, a lot of the policies are now making a lot of people leave California, just
I
because.
understood that the exit, it was a bunch of people exiting from the state.
Yep. Yeah, and it's funny because I have a lot of friends from my church that have all left California to go to like Idaho, Tennessee, and other places, and they go there, and a lot of people in other states, they're like, well, you left California because of bad policies, but then you come to these other states and you want to vote for those types of policies. So
Yeah.
it's always interesting. Well, I can take a stab at what most people where you're, in your part of Tennessee are probably, leaning probably a bit more conservative, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Um, which yeah, I'm right there with you guys. So, all right. Well, see here. So what I can do, let me do this. I've sent some of that information over to the underwriters on this other house. I mean, how much stuff are we talking about in this house that you would need to get?
Oh, I've got a gun rack that I'd like to get out of there, and I can't think what all there is. There's not a lot of stuff in there really that anybody would want.
Is it a gun
Other
rack
than me.
with guns or a gun rack without guns?
No, I'm not going to sell the guns.
Oh, well, I mean, I thought you were going to throw them in with the house.
No. I'll give them to my grandchildren.
Nice. All right. Okay, so not a ton of stuff. It probably wouldn't take a whole, heck of a lot of work. Okay, because I can let them know, and sometimes what we've done is helped with, getting stuff moved out, for people. So if it helps, we might be able to coordinate something where we can help kind of, move some of the stuff out for you.
Okay.
So, but I'll let them know so they can consider that. All right, cool. Yeah, let me put you on a brief hold. I'll go back to them and see what they've come up with on this house as well, and see if we can get that approved and get you an offer on that one as well.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. You got somebody that sick with, I guess, or what they give. They won't give 325.
Oh my gosh, this guy. Look, dude. I had he said 225. I had it at 225 earlier. Thinking maybe, yeah.
Did
I
he
don't
say
know.
225? I know he said he was looking for 325 or more.
I know he did, but he said they're going to be
Yeah.
at 225. Well, he's not too far off, is what I'm saying. Because look at this. While there
Yeah.
are some that sold in the threes, most of them, like this is 328, which is a 3.3, and I had to toggle between Redfin as well because they weren't showing the square footage and stuff like that. This
Yeah.
one 393, but it's like, I mean, I wouldn't say it's ARV, but it is on 4 acres plus. Well, 4 acres. This one's on 4 acres, and it's remodeled. And I don't think he's saying the other one's not remodeled. So he's looking closer to ARV. So obviously, if it's a 3,000, what do you say? 3,800 square foot property, the repairs are going to be higher than 50K. And that's what we're going to have to come to terms with, even at $40 a square foot, you don't want to know how much that is.
Yeah.
That's $152,000 in a rehab in and of itself. So I don't know. I mean, he said it's vacant. Why wasn't he renting it out? All we can do is just be honest. So, I mean, if it's 3,800 square feet, the numbers are the numbers. And if the ARV is 352, which I think it is after looking at this, because it's on an acre, the other ones that sold a little higher are, 3-4 acres. One's like 4 plus. So it is what it is. The market's going to tell us what the market's going to tell us. So he's he's a decent guy for the low ball offer that we had to give him. Unfortunately, had to. It was a good offer, I think, but with the other property. But this one is going to be in the ones, bro.
Mm.
Well, am I sharing my screen? I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I would probably tell him that this was not approved for an offer.
Look, what about, yeah, let's look at it from a novation standpoint, because I think there's way better opportunity for innovation on this.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Cash purchase isn't going to cut it. So novation, if again, we don't have pictures, but even as a novation, how many square feet is this?
Give me a second. I'm gonna take him off hold real quick.
Okay.
Hey, Troy, you there?
Yes.
All right. Quick question for you. So they wanted me to ask you about, as far as the condition of this home, is it like fully livable? Like it's move-in ready? It's just dated?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
You'd have to have a refrigerator.
Have to have a refrigerator. Okay, but other than that, somebody could live in it. They wouldn't have to necessarily do any work to it. It would just be dated.
That's right.
Okay, got it. And remind me, why was it vacant for a couple years?
Well, I'm to the age it's got stairs in it, and I got to where I couldn't negotiate those stairs too well. So I bought another house, and still got that house, the one I moved out of.
Got it. Okay. How many houses total do you have?
3.
Oh, okay. So the rental, this one we're talking about on Molly, and then the one that you're occupying with your wife.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. So you just got up there and, unable to kind of handle the stairs, vacated, got this other house, and then just didn't
Right.
end up getting around to selling the other one.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Got it.
What was your last name again?
My last name is Deal, like let's make a deal.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to run back there to them. My guess is just based on the size of this property and the fact that it's all dated, the amount of work that it's going to take. So it's about 3,100 square feet, right?
That 3,400 is what I was told when I bought it.
3,400 square feet. Okay, got it. So generally, and again, I'm not the numbers guy, but just in my experience for as long as I've been here, what I typically see is usually to do a renovation on a property where it needs a full cosmetic rehab, you're usually looking somewhere around, I'd say about $40, $30 to $40 a square foot. So, what they're going to be looking at, it on the low end, $30 a square foot times 3,400 would be about $102,000 worth of work. And that's to do the kitchens, the bathrooms, the carpet, the paint, the fixtures, minor electrical, minor plumbing, landscaping, and anything else that's just like cosmetic things. That doesn't count like big ticket items, like if we were to have to do a roof or something like that. At $40 a square foot, you're looking at closer to like 140. So my guess is they're going to be looking at this through the lens of like, okay, well, if this can sell, in tip top shape for in the, low to mid threes, they're probably going to have to put well over $100,000 into it, $100,000 to $140,000 into it to get it there. I mean, that's going to put an offer well below where you're looking to get. from a cash offer standpoint. And I don't
I
think
got you.
I don't think that's going to make sense for either of us. You know what I mean? Like our goal's not to steal properties. You know what I mean?
I understand.
We want to make
That's
it
fine.
fair. There is another potential program that we have that this might qualify for. I didn't bring it up before because it just, not a lot of homes qualify for it. But just based on what you're telling me, I mean, if it's like fully livable and, and we can, not have to necessarily do a bunch to make it livable. There's another program we have. It's called our concierge service. And again, I'm not 100% sure if it would qualify for that program. I have to talk to them about it. But basically, the big difference is really the same thing. You get all the benefits of like a cash offer where you have a solid number that you're guaranteed. The difference is we aren't the end buyer in that scenario. What we do, so we have a vast network of investors and retail buyers because we're doing so many transactions all over the country. So we have a network of real estate agents, cash buyers, investor buyers, Airbnb buyers, all these different types of buyers and investors that we work with. And if a home qualifies for this program, we can typically bring it out to that buyer network and get you a better number for the property that makes a lot more sense. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So give me a second. I'm going to put you on a brief hold. The only difference with that is we generally just need a little bit more time and a little bit more access. And since it's vacant, that probably, that shouldn't be a problem, as far as the access side of things, to get in there. So that way we can get them in and, they can see it and confirm their numbers. And the way it works, like you're probably asking yourself, well, how do you guys get paid in this? Basically, they just pay us like a referral fee when we bring them a deal like this. So it allows us to get a better number for the seller and make it make more sense. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to put you on another hold.
Okay. Tell me over $47,823 for house on Florence.
Huh. I'm trying to peg a as-is listing price that would go quickly.
Yeah. I gave 74, that's what I got in.
He paid 70 for it.
I think he's deliberating over that offer and taking it seriously, actually, but I don't know.
I think so too.
Even though it Oh, no. Did you hear what he just said?
No.
He said he's wasting your time and mine too.
Hmm.
He's so polite, though.
Yes.
Oh, I respect that. All right, well, I think you could probably put this, let me see, just confirm this one thing. I'm just looking at some of the active listings. There's price cuts all across the board, dude. All across the board. There's price cuts. Except for a couple. Yeah, I kind of feel like the 2 or the 300 number is what it would likely sell for. Because looking at this one, 17 days,
240 is our number.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it might even be better around the 215. We might even be able to get, or sorry, 315. It might even be good at 315 just based off of these actives.
Okay. So I'm going to give him a 240 offer. 241. Okay. All right. Let me just see. What did he buy it for?
He must be
155.
his real daughter.
155 he bought it for. Okay.
Got it.
All right. All right, Troy, you there?
Yes.
All right, so I got good news for you. So they did approve it for the concierge program. So just for context, like I mentioned, pretty much spot on as far as what they were thinking cash. If they came in at just a straight cash number, it would probably end up being right around what you paid for it when it's all said and done, just the amount of work that they're going to have to put in to make any money on it. But with the concierge service, they can actually get this done for $241,000.
I appreciate your offer. You still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Yep.
Just let me think about it, but I don't think that's going to cut the mustard.
Doesn't cut the mustard.
That's hillbilly talk.
Say that again. That's you said that's hillbilly talk.
Tennessee hillbilly, yes.
Okay, I gotcha. All right. You mind if I ask how far off do you think we are?
Well, quite a ways. You know, I know I got 325 for it. So it, you know, you're just way off.
Got it. Okay.
Why don't you talk it over with your people? That's not going to work. That offer.
Yeah. I understand. You know, it's just really what they've authorized me to spend on this.
Yes.
You know, the nice thing about it really is, you know, Troy, I'm on your side. You know, the hard part is over. It's, you know, getting the properties approved is probably the hardest part of my job. Now it's really just a matter of making the numbers make sense for both of us. You know, I can go back and talk to them and see if there's anything at all that they can do. But I mean, before I do that, let me ask you, I mean, where do you feel like you would need to be at price wise to walk away happy?
At least the 325.
Got it.
You say 240,000?
241,000.
Okay. My wife's sitting over here and heard me talking. She says no at 241.
Okay. I understand.
I didn't think that'd work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, what they're looking at is, you know, properties over in that area that are renovated, you know, are selling for around what you're looking to get for the property in its current condition. You know, so when they run the numbers, they have to look at, you know, honestly, I mean, it's not an emotional decision. It's really just a spreadsheet that they're plugging the information into, and it's just going to tell them it's going to be, you know, it's basically like a stoplight. It's going to be red, green, or yellow. And, you know, for something like this, I mean, if it's, and there's some new construction homes over there that are, you know, selling in that price point, but, you know, let's say when it's fully renovated, it could sell for 3.25. Generally, we're going to have to pay a listing agent. We're going to pay a buyer's agent. We're going to pay closing costs and everything else. Usually all those costs associated with selling the property is about 10%. So that brings us to about 290. And then if we are going to flip the property and do renovations, like I said, that's going to take, you know, at least, you know, could be $100,000 to $140,000 if we're going to do it that way. So that's why like a cash number for just buying it cash, if we're the buyer, is going to be probably somewhere around 140, 150. The concierge service, yeah, we can generally get you more for the property, but it still has to make sense for our buyer pool, who's going to be looking at it through the lens of, yeah, they could live in it, or they could rent it out, but they would still need to do some work to update it. And, they just have a different way of looking at the property. So that's why we can generally get you more for it that way. I mean, honestly, I don't think you're even going to be able to list it for 3.25. And if you do, you're going to have, like I said, commissions, closing costs, and everything. So you're not even going to net 300. You're going to, if you could sell it for 3.25, you would net somewhere around 290-ish, at best.
Okay, well, I'll just see what I can do.
Okay. Okay.
Appreciate you calling.
Yeah, no worries. What about, I know you said you wanted to think about the other one. You think we're close on that one with you?
I'll still think about it.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. We can't make it work on everything, but hopefully we can move forward on that one together. And so I'll reach out to you. You said like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week?
Yes.
Okay. All right, perfect. Well, that sounds good. I appreciate, taking the time to talk to me today, and I'll wish you a good weekend, and we'll circle back on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Troy. You have a great weekend. All right. Bye-bye. God bless.
All right, bye.
All right.
Well,
this is the challenge with the rural properties is, there's multiple challenges, but
justification. It's not obvious to justify the numbers in the seller's minds. Sometimes it's not in ours either. It is hard.
AS joined the chat. This is great. Awesome. What'd you like the most about this, eh? What's your thoughts, Christian?
Well, I think that you did a good job communicating to him, and I think that he was very respectful, which I appreciated. Some people aren't anyway. But the reality is, I know what he wants, the 325. He's not moving on it. You talk to him straight, especially that end part. I mean, hey, if you sell it for 325, like, I think one thing, obviously in the moment it's different, but what I was noticing is there's price cuts across the board, some to the tune of $30,000, and we're talking about a price point that is anywhere from 190 to the 350. So they're slashing $30,000 off of that. That's a huge percentage. So even if he was trying to force sell by owner, he just said he's 70 years old, right? He said, I don't want to do the stairs. Are you going to set up the showings and everything? And if you don't have big plans for the money anyway, and it's just going to sit in a bank account, or maybe you'll throw it in the stock market and lose half of it if Kami gets elected. So we're looking at all this from the perspective of what we can buy it at. But I think what we need to tell him and talk to him about is just the objective reality that the market isn't what he's thinking the market was. Maybe last year it was 325. That's fine. Maybe it was. But now price cuts are happening across the board. People don't have a lot of faith in the market. Now, I know elections do have consequences. Part of that could be another market change. And if it turns around and things start selling for 400, 450 in his market that are like properties fixed up, then maybe we have some legs to stand on. But you were right to go into the conversation about, after commissions closing and closing costs too, you're not netting 325 anyway. And even if you sold it yourself, you're not netting 325 after closing costs. So, we're talking about a reliable cash number, basically, even with the concierge. So I think, the 241 for that property was a good offer for sure. I think 290 is obviously better for him, but we're not that far apart when you break it down that way. And I know it was a long call. We talked about 2 properties with him. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have gone into we're actually not miles apart. We're more like feet. So, if you're looking at 290 walking away with, even selling it, if you want to sell it, you want to get it sold, you're going to want to use a realtor. Um, to do that, then after all the fees, you're at 290. We're talking 240, so we're really not that far apart.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of context that might be important as he's thinking about it. Maybe, with a follow-up call, that's something that is addressed. Those are my thoughts, but no, I think it's good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. And I think, the fact that the door's open for discussion, it sounds like we might be close on the other property. Sounds like he spent about 75 for the other property, but, or he's got 75 into it. But he's been getting rent to the tune of $475 a month. Let me say 475 times 12 times. If he's owned it for 10 years, then he's got $57,000 of rent over that time period. So between what he bought it for minus that, he's probably still coming out ahead. So, he's definitely considering it, which is a good thing. And we
Yeah,
might
we
have
got a
a little
couple
bit of,
questions too.
yeah, I know. We have a little bit of, yeah, so we probably have a little bit of room on those, but I think, if he's gonna consider selling, I mean, he's got to sell the vacant one. I mean, it's just sitting there. There might be a world where we can structure terms and make that make sense for him, where he's getting a note,
Possibly, yeah.
and he has experience with it because he worked in the banking industry and he also financed a deal for the owner of the rental property. And then he couldn't pay, so then he was forced to foreclose on the guy and take the house. So,
Right.
he's open to that type of scenario. It's just a matter of whether or not
Right.
he'll discuss that here.
Although he did say that he doesn't want to invest in real estate anymore, so the angle would be what? It would obviously be where we would upgrade you from a investor landlord to the bank. So
Exactly.
you can just
Yep.
use the money. Yeah. You want me to read these questions?
If you want, yeah, and I can answer.
Got it. Yeah. So I'll start with Ace because he came in first. I'm having trouble on how to make introduction on cold call foreclosure deals. I don't want to come in and be like, hey, I saw you're in financial ruin. Your life is devastated and you're on the foreclosure list. Are you interested in selling?
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. Chris, you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, you're right. You never want to go in that direction. So what I would do is don't even bring up the foreclosure, right? Just have a normal call. Hey, I was reaching out, seeing if you were considering selling your property. Like if you're cold calling it, yeah, I was reaching out, saw you're the owner of the property at 123 Main Street. We're looking to pick up a few more properties in that area. We just closed on a couple. I was curious if you had considered selling that property. Because that's really where it starts. And then, hopefully that goes well. And then, they're interested in selling or they're open to the discussion of selling. And then you can, work your way through the process. And then at some point, the way you want to position it is as you're going through and you're getting information from them about the house. It's like, hey, so just curious, public record's not always accurate. So that very well could be the case here, but would it come as a shock to you to know that public record is showing that your property may be in foreclosure. And the reason that's a really strong approach is because you're not now saying, because if you just say, hey, I see you're in foreclosure, right? Like it's a very shameful thing. Nobody's excited about that. It's not something people just casually talk about, financial problems, right? And it's coming from you directed at them. Whereas if you do a same side of the table approach where you're like coming alongside them and you're pointing at public record, the big bad government who, and the banks who are the ones that are foreclosing on them, right? You're pointing the finger at them, placing the blame at their feet, say, hey, this might not be accurate, but would it shock you to know that public record is showing this to be the case? Were you aware of that? And they're usually going to respond in a couple ways. Either A, it's not accurate. They're gonna be like, oh, no, that's all taken care of, or no, that's not accurate, or whatever they're gonna say there. Generally speaking, what they're gonna do is they're gonna come back and they're gonna be like, no, actually, it doesn't surprise me. We've been struggling, right? And they'll open up to you. And it's because you're not judging them, right? So I think that's really important.
You can also eliminate the F word. Right? Foreclosure, you can just say, it looks like, according to these, to the public records, just checking out some of the details on the property as we were talking, that there might be some arrears owed. And if they don't know what that is, then you can say the big F word. But I agree with Chris.
Yeah, and if when you ask them if they're considering selling, if they say no, then they're gonna want to get off the phone with you, and then at that point, I would just Hail Mary it and be like, okay, well, before I let you go, I'm looking through public records here, and it's not always accurate, but in case you weren't aware, it seems like public record is showing that your property might be in foreclosure. Maybe I have the wrong address, something along those lines. Yes, I do bring that up mid conversation. I don't front end it, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Whether they're in foreclosure or not matters very little on the front end of the conversation, right? The front end of the conversation is making a connection, building rapport, finding out that they're interested in selling. They could be knee deep in foreclosure, but if they have no interest in selling the property, then it doesn't really matter, right? Because they're either one, going to get foreclosed on, or two, they're working on finding a way to keep the house, right? So your goal is to buy the house. Now, if you're going in through the lens of like, oh, I'm trying to save them from foreclosure, okay, that's a different angle. But at the end of the day, your goal through saving them from foreclosure is so that you could buy the house, right? They're not going to pay you to stop their foreclosure or, do these other things where they get to keep the house, right? Like at the end of the day, the goal is to buy the house. So if they're not willing to consider the idea of selling the house, doesn't matter whether they're in foreclosure, going through divorce, about to die, and, they don't have a will to leave it to their kids, like none of that really matters, right? So yeah, I'll bring it up mid conversation because I want to build rapport, gain a connection. And at the end of the day, like people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. If you just right out of the gate, you're like, hey, so I was going through some public records and I saw that you're in pre-foreclosure, and my job is to help people out with that, blah, blah, blah. Like they're in the back of their mind, everybody else that's calling them about their house, they have their hand out in some way, shape, or form. And what I don't like seeing, I've talked to a number of other investors who try to take this approach like, oh yeah, we're going to try to help you with your foreclosure situation, trying to imply that they're going to do all these things other than want to buy their house. Like it's BS. Like you're calling them to buy their house. Like right. You're not a foreclosure specialist that will happen to buy their house if there's no other options. You're a person that wants to buy a house And if they're in foreclosure, you can offer some suggestions on how they might stop that foreclosure that 95% of the time are not going to work, which is ultimately going to lead to you being able to buy their house, right? So it's smoke and mirrors, and it's, quite frankly, it's disingenuous, right? Like, I'd rather just be direct with them, and let them know, like, yeah, my goal is I'm looking to buy a house. And if they say, well, I'm not interested in selling, okay, then I'll bring up the foreclosure and, let them know, like, there's ways to stop that. Are you doing any, have you done anything to resolve that, or are you working towards resolving that? And then I can open the conversation up, and, I can share a couple ideas with them and be like, hey, have you tried a loan modification? Have you tried forbearance? I know 90% of the time loan mods don't work. 90% of the time forbearance don't work. Refinancing 90% of the time is not going to work because they're in foreclosure, because they're not making payments. The last thing people stop paying is their mortgage. They stop paying credit cards before they stop paying their mortgage. So their credit takes a hit. So the likelihood they're going to qualify for a refinance is even lower, right? So I know all of these options to stop a foreclosure are not real, like, sure, in a perfect world, they're options, but most people, they're not even going to be applicable to, right? So
The short answer is you just treat it like a normal seller lead call or a normal cold call, and don't bring up the issue. It's going to be brought up. Gauge whether or not they are interested in selling to begin with, because just because they're in foreclosure doesn't mean they want to sell. We've had people literally decide they would rather get forcibly removed from the property once the bank takes it back and the police show up than to sell their property, and they get nothing. And they've literally done that in the past 4+ years, 5 years that Chris and I have been doing this together. It's happened twice.
yeah,
And it sucks. It sucks for us, but it more sucks for them, because
yeah,
they were gonna walk away with a lot of money in their pocket, but they decided to say, nope, I'm gonna stick my heels in, I'm not moving, and then they got kicked out.
yep. And the other
So
thing too is if you do a good job asking, digging in to find out the motivation, you don't have to bring up the foreclosure. The foreclosure will get brought up by them. Like, so it's not even a necessity to bring it up. So work towards earning the right to ask the question. And if you do a good job of that, then they'll probably bring it up before you have to. But if you earn the right first, then when you do get to the point of bringing it up, it's not going to be this terrible thing that you get a ridiculous reaction from them about, because you've made a connection and made a friend and built strong rapport. You know what I mean? So that's really the important thing. Nick said, do you think if you did something like saying, hey, well, I'm seeing houses selling in the area for XYZ, so that way it sets proper expectations for the seller, even in the event he decides he wants to list? So with that particular seller, I'm not going to do that because he's left his house vacant for 3 years. He's not going to pick up the phone tomorrow and start vetting and inquiring with agents. He's probably going to wait another year before he does that. Now, I could be wrong about that. Now could be the time where he's like, I got to pull the trigger on all this stuff, right? But like, he's, in his 80s, he doesn't move fast, and it's rural, right? So he's going to take his time, and we already have a scheduled call to follow up about the first property we were looking at for Tuesday or Wednesday. So he's going to be considering that offer. He's more strongly considering that one than he is the other one. And, I'll talk to him about both of them when I call back. So yeah, no, I'm not, but I also in a roundabout way did kind of set those expectations. It's like in a fully remodeled state, it might sell for 325, and to get it to 325, we're probably going to have to put about $100,000 to $140,000 into it. So I started ratcheting that down and planting some of those seeds. And then even if you could sell it for 325 with all the commissions, closing costs, and everything, you're going to be lucky to net around 290, right? So now, and here's why I do that, because once there's an offer, or once there's a desired price from them, and then you have an offer, now you don't want to be selling the offer price. You want to sell the gap, right? Because first thing is, he's at 325 and I'm at I was at 140, 150 for cash. Then I came up to 241 for the novation, right? But now I ratchet him down from 325 to at best 290. And so now when I get back on the phone with him, now I'm negotiating a $50,000 difference. We're only 50 apart, right? So that's kind of where I'll go with that. And then, yes, if he's open to the seller financing, yeah, but in this case, the wife is the decision maker. Well, she's kind of the decision maker, right? She said that wasn't good. But that was also after he said that wasn't good. So I think it's somewhat premature to say that she's the decision maker, because he had already said no and she heard him. And so she could have just been piling on. And I probably should have had her on the phone as well. So we'll see next week. I mean, I'll get him on the phone and I'll probably go live with that too. And yeah, 241 versus 290 exactly. Cool. Good cop, bad cop. Yep, that's it. Bring that up, make conversation up. We already addressed that. Good advice, Chris. Figure same sort of cadence with tax delinquents. Yeah, anytime, tax delinquent, anything that revolves around somebody who is in financial distress, where basically, in a nutshell, they're basically considered, not saying I consider them this, but they're considered deadbeats, right? They're either not making their mortgage payment, they're not making tax payments for whatever reason, right? I'm not saying they're deadbeats, but for whatever reason, they're unable to make payments. And so the world as a whole is looking at them as deadbeats, right? The mortgage lenders, the taxes, all that stuff. So you don't want to pile on that shame. Like nobody's excited that they can't make payments. Nobody's like casual about it, right? I'm kind of a rare breed in the fact that, like, if I'm going through something, like if you're in my circle, like if you know me, like I'm pretty open about, if I'm struggling with something, I'm not like ashamed to admit that I'm a normal human being going through what normal human beings go through. Most people, like my wife, for example, she would feel ashamed to bring up some of these things, and I can understand that, right? Like it's not how I operate, but I can understand somebody being ashamed of it, right? So I have to look at it through the lens of, okay, these people are in financial distress, they're ashamed of it, right? And so if I'm ashamed of something, am I going to just be super transparent about it? No, right? And like Nick just said, yeah, they're in survival mode. Somebody lost a job or some financial crisis happened to get to that point. Yep, where somebody passed away. Like a lot of times you'll see it where as a married couple and, the husband or, somebody's the breadwinner and that person dies and they have a mortgage payment. Well, they still have all their other bills. Well, just because that person died, now all of a sudden they don't have that income, unless they have a pension or a life insurance policy or something like that. But the reality is most of America overspends for what they make. I mean, the average American, for every $100 they make, spends $120. Like that's average, right? So like every single person watching this right now, every single person in America is one bad decision, one bad situation, one, terrible thing happening away from losing everything, right? There's a very small percentage of the American population that is super secure in everything. So, yeah. So, let's see. Yep, pass away, another person freaks out and goes, well, hell, what am I going to do now? Yeah, exactly. And, in a lot of situations, that happens. And yeah, it sucks. They have to one paycheck away from being on the street. Yep. That happens, and now all of a sudden you have a 4-bedroom, two bathroom house, and you're one person, your kids are all grown and out of it. And you have to reconcile the fact that you have no need for that size of a house. And, sometimes life hits people, and you have fight, flight, and you also have kind of like, I call it freeze, fight, flight, and freeze, right? I think that's what you tend to see, right? Like the flight is, typically what you see. Flight and freeze kind of similar, right? Running from your problems. You see that a lot in foreclosures, right? Usually they freeze or, flight. They bury their head in the sand. They don't do anything. They don't take action. I've seen it where like literally we give them exact instructions. I need you to do this. They don't listen. Fight, it's like if something's happened to you, you're fighting back and figuring out how to resolve it. Right. So, but a lot of people freeze up, clam up, and when somebody dies, especially in a situation where, you see it a lot, where the husband, was the one that led the family and made a lot of the financial decisions, set everything up. And, if they didn't properly put together a plan for what happens when they pass away, well, now you have the spouse with their hands up, like, I don't know what to do. Like, some spouses don't even know all of the things that financially that they have access to. There's actually a lot of life insurance policies that don't ever actually get claimed. The money doesn't actually get paid out because the people who had them, nobody knew that they had them, so you have to file a claim to obtain those insurance proceeds. And so they just end up sitting there, and the children or the spouses don't even know how to access them. So I've seen this thing on Facebook, and this is not a plug, like we're not affiliates, maybe we should be, but I saw this thing recently on Facebook. I forget what it's called. And I started seeing a couple ads for a few different companies, but it's basically like a binder, right? It's a binder, and it has all these like documents of life insurance policies, bank accounts, logins, all these different things. So it's all in like one spot. You fill all this stuff out. So that way, if somebody passes away, they have access to the book, and they'll keep it in like a safety deposit box, or I think they have like one package where it's like in a fireproof safe type of box, but it has everything all in one spot. So that way, SHTF, right? Something hits the fan, they know all they got to do is get that box and figure out exactly what to do. So, but, all right, guys. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Started this stream 4 hours ago. So I think that's probably one of the longest lives that I've done, 4 hours on my birthday. So I appreciate you guys hanging out for me, with me on my birthday here, jumping on seller calls. And, we'll be back next week and see if we can lock up some deals then and keep this train going. So appreciate you guys joining in. If you haven't liked the video or liked the live, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, and you'll get notified anytime we're going live. And we're still finalizing an exact schedule, but I'm basically going live every single day on seller calls, sometimes on agent calls, sometimes agent calls, whatever it is, but we're going live every single day, sometimes twice a day, and sometimes 4 hours on my birthday. So
sometimes, he really likes doing this too. That's why on his birthday in particular, it was 4 hours long. So thanks for the birthday wishes for my man, my dude. Chris closes your deal. Don't forget, closingdispo.com. If you guys actually want to do some deals together and you have something you want to bring across the finish line, we'll help if we can, if it's possible. Either convert it from a wholesale to a novation, or we'll just find a buyer. So we like doing deals with you guys. So we appreciate that. We appreciate you. sticking around and join us next time where we're going to together make real estate investing
Easy.